Yes, yes, yes. We're live, people. We're out here. We're out here. Welcome to the Caribbean Cricket Podcast live watch along. West Indies versus New Zealand. I stopped doing these over the weekend. You know why? Because I'd had enough of the defeats. But we're here now. We're good. We're good. If you're in the chat, if you're in the live, say hello. You know the drill. Didn't do these on Saturday and Sunday. I just had to let West Indies hold the licks without me. But I'm back now for the 3 T20s versus New Zealand. Our last 3 remaining T20s before the World Cup. Obviously, CPL is on the horizon as well, but effectively our last set of internationals to try and finalize some aspects of the World Cup squad or whoever it is that's going to go to the World Cup. Big up Seamus. Now, the question is Seamus going to be... Never seen you on here before, Seamus, but big up Seamus. Big up... sorry, I'm trying to get my mouse to work. Shreyas Shah will be hearing you guys whenever Bishy is not on TV comms. Yeah, no worries, man. Do your thing. Nikhil will be joining us. Sorry, I should have said that from the top. So Nikhil, spoke to Nikhil earlier today. He said, Mash, you're doing a live watch along today. I said, of course. And Nikhil said he's going to be joining us at some point to give his views as well. Nikhil's been quite active on socials today, questioning whether we should be playing Hetmeyer and Pooran, or Pooran and Hetmeyer at 3 and 4. So you can put those questions to Nikhil. Sorry, before I continue and go to the comments from people, let me just quickly put up the team in case you've missed it. So the West Indies have won the toss and will field. The teams are as follows: Brooks and Mayers to open. I don't know if the team's going to go like this, by the way. I suspect it's Brooks and Mayers to open, Pooran at 3, probably Devon at 4, and possibly the other way around. Hetmeyer at 5, Powell at 6, Holder at 7, Shepherd and Smith in whatever particular order, Walsh and McCoy. If you've missed the introductions, Akil Hussain has been rested for today's game. And it is believed that Brandon King and who's the other guy? Oh, Alzari Joseph are carrying a few niggles, which is why they're not playing. So it's not a case of West Indies just selecting a random team. A lot of it has to do with injuries. Akil probably does deserve a rest. For those who are Kiwi fans, the Kiwi team, Conway, Guptill, Williamson, Phillips, Mitchell, Neesham, Satner, Soldi, Southey, Ferguson, Bolt. I mean, just read those last 3 names before I even get to Satner. Just read the last 3 names: Southey, Ferguson, Bolt. This is going to be a big problem. And let me just get this off the bat from the very beginning. We are not favourites to win this match. In the same way how we were massive, massive underdogs against India, and 4-1 is probably about right in terms of the gap between the two sides. Do not think that... Remember, New Zealand got to the final of the last T20 World Cup. So let's not enter this match with the attitude of, well, we're going to just cuss them out when they lose. Don't get me wrong. We want West Indies to compete. We definitely want them to compete in these games. But please, let's have a bit of rationality with regards to the relative gap between these two sides. They're equals in terms of being 2 cricket teams, but they are not equals in terms of where their current standing is in T20 cricket. That's not me trying to give the team an excuse. I think we should just be realistic from the jump. So any kind of win or competitive performance, I think, is more important here. Nikhil's actually here already, people. So before I bring him on, let me just see who else was saying hi. So Michael, big up Michael. Sachin says Brooks is playing. Is paying for them. Listen, like, just as well Nikhil's in the background when I bring him on. I mean, Santoki and I just recorded an episode where we spoke about Shamar Brooks. He's not as terrible as people make out, you know. I'm not saying he's the best option to have in the squad, not at all. But the way people talk about Brooks is as if he's absolutely useless. But in the context of T20 cricket, yes, ideally you wouldn't want Devon Thomas and Shamar Brooks, but Devon Thomas is obviously the keeper in this situation. Anyways, where are we? Who else is saying hi? Shane Knight, what is the obsession with winning the toss and bowling first? Yeah, Shane, whether we chase well or not, I think this is about Jamaica. There's a bit of rain. There's a bit of a rain in the air. They probably want to assess. Generally speaking, at the start of a series, isn't the right thing to do to assess the conditions by bowling first and then chasing. just to see what's going on. But it could also be that they think that rain will play a factor later on. They might want to take advantage of the early moisture in Jamaica that tends to be the case at Sabina Park, but we shall see. Nikhil, I'm coming to you. I know you can hear me backstage. I'm just going through the comments. Michael, did you see the salaries? Yeah, Jace has got. Which team is it? This is the team that's linked to Lucknow. Can't even remember what the South African team is, but they're linked to Lucknow. Good luck. Good for Jason. It's about time he collected his money. After all the time he's put in for West Indies, let him go collect his money as well in T20 cricket. Yeah, as I said, Nikhil's here, so he'll talk through this Hetty 3 and Nicholas at 4 thing. It's a massive debate. I'm not a fan of putting two left-handers one after the other personally, but we'll see what Nikhil says about that. You know what, let me just bring Nikhil on because these comments will take ages. And plus, we're about to start, people. So first things first, you already have a bit of a shock. Carl Mayers is taking the new ball. I was wondering what we were going to do with regards to a possible sixth bowler today. I'm not a fan of Arts in Dean Smith and Romario Shepherd to bowl their quota in any format of white ball cricket, and it's Carl Mayers who starts with the new ball. Is that possibly a link to Hi Nikhil? Let me just finish this part. Is that possibly a link to how Carl Mayers bowled? In fact, no, was that in Jamaica or not? When was the last time we were in Jamaica? That was Pakistan. So did he take wickets in that Pakistan series? I can't even remember. But anyways, Nikhil, big up Nikhil. How you doing, Nikhil?
What's up, Mash? You hearing me well?
All good, man. All good on this front. I'm sure the CCP community will be very glad to see Nikhil join us on the live. Lots of people have said, where is Nikhil, etc. Nikhil, the thing with these lives, it's all dependent on if everyone's screen is synced up to each other. So sometimes I'm ahead of people. I don't know how many balls have you got on your? How many?
I just finished the second delivery.
So you might be ahead of me. Let me just see where I'm at.
But it's fine, Mash. Okay. I can go. I can just not talk. I'll just go on you. It's fine.
Yeah, so I'm probably about 6 seconds behind you. So you'll see wickets before I see wickets.
I just won't spoil it I won't spoil it. I'll just be here.
I'll notice by your smile.
No, I'll keep the poker face on, man. I don't think Demo, I smile too much. Don't get too excited too fast.
Devo says, big up Nikhil. People, so we're lucky to have Nikhil here today. So any questions you've got, hit Nikhil up about this. Nikhil was in Trinidad, I think, for the Trinidad leg of the T20. So he has seen our T20 performance up close and personal, certainly the Trinidad leg of the T20 performances. So he's got a bit more valid points to make in terms of live and in the flesh. Javid, sorry. So yeah, Desmond Haynes mentioned O'Shane Thomas yesterday in the press conference. I can't remember why. I think somebody asked about him, and Desi's statement was just we something about O'Shane Thomas taking a fitness test. Now, I don't know if that's because West Indies have O'Shane Thomas on their radar. They definitely should be looking at somebody to provide wickets in the power play. Remember that O'Shane plays for Barbados Royals, Nikhil's team in CPL. It is not beyond the realms of possibility that if O'Shane has a good CPL, yes, based on his history of playing for the West Indies, he could possibly walk straight into a World Cup squad. If O'Shane is showing good zip, good bounce, good form, then yes, I think it's plausible that he walks in off the back of a good CPL. But it's an if. He would have to have a good CPL first and foremost. Any thoughts on that, Nikhil? Let me hand that question to you about O'Shane Thomas.
I found it interesting that he was asked that, of course, Chief Selector Desmond Haynes was asked of O'Shane Thomas. I think when I look at the construct of this West Indies team, he's someone that I still believe that they need to invest in. I heard him interestingly mention that. Sorry, this is just weird for me because usually when I'm commentating, you have to stop to let the ball boil and then continue your point. But obviously, this is a watch along. I think, Mash. Obviously, we know what he's capable of. Remember that 2019 World Cup, the express pace, just being around him in that Barbados Royal setup. He's someone that I think he's actually misunderstood. There's those specific personalities in sport that are highly misunderstood. People question his commitment and stuff, but to be honest, Mash, just by speaking to him and stuff, he really is passionate about representing the West Indies. And I mean, I would really hope that they're able to find a way to get him sort of re-ingrained into this team, because when you look at the Shepherds, the Smiths, Obed McCoy, Alzari's up there in terms of his pace, but I would love to have that option where we can just go to throw the ball to with that bit of X factor. That's what I think he brings to the table more than anything else. So on a surface like this, I would be so happy to throw O'Shane Thomas the new ball and be like, you know what? Some grass, some lateral movement. O'Shane, like, what can you give us? Maybe he picks 2 wickets in the first over. Maybe he doesn't and goes for 15. But I think that's a gamble you're willing to take when you go to a World Cup in Australia, where it's important. The one thing from that press conference, I know the first over was done, it ended with a 6. So I'm not going to try not to talk too long, Mash. But the one thing I found interesting was that yesterday, when Phil Simmons was asked about if this is sort of the group that's going to be going to the World Cup, he said no, not necessarily that, people could necessarily break in through the CPL, etc. I think O'Shane Thomas has a real chance of doing that if he has a good CPL like the way he started last year's and gets some good wickets and shows consistency over the entire tournament. Why not? I think he could easily be brought into the 4.
Yeah, most definitely. And just to echo what Nikhil said, so Devon Conway hit the last ball of Carl Mayer's over for a 6 just over the boundary rope. Devon Conway should need no introduction if you're an international cricket fan. He's had a magnificent entry into international cricket, seemingly gets 50s and 100s at will. So this is a powerhouse New Zealand side. Don't get this twisted. I was going to make a point off the back of what you said about O'Shane. Yeah, I think it's important that people remember the World Cup's in Australia. That's why we have to look at the possible speedsters in the region and what they can bring. So it would be silly to not be looking at O'Shane if he's in good form. And with respect to those who are in the current West Indies squad, nobody has really performed well enough. I'm talking about the bowlers here to say they are a certainty. Okay, so Obed McCoy is a certainty. Akil Hussain is a certainty. Jason Holder is a certainty. But beyond that, that's it. I don't think there's anybody else who could say, I have a firm grip on a place in the West Indies squad, let alone team. So there are places up for grabs.
Mas, I will ask you, though. I'm surprised you haven't asked me about it as yet. I don't know if you touched on it before I came on, but I'm actually backing your countryman, Brandon King. I'm actually really surprised that Brandon King hasn't been able to sustain a place to start this series. And I just wonder, I mean, if we look at the numbers, Mash, and look at the 9 times that Kyle Mayers and Brandon King have opened the batting together, I think they're averaging 34 together. They've crossed 53 times, obviously once in this series. I'm really puzzled, and I heard Phil Simmons yesterday. That was actually a really telling press conference between the two, because he obviously mentioned the fact that they're trying different combinations. So, I mean, I didn't read in too much to the 5th T20 where Holder and Shamar Brooks open. I don't think that's something that you'll see going forward. But yeah, I'm actually quite surprised that Brandon King, I mean, look at his last 3 T20s in that same series, 68, 20, and 13. He's still got a 50. To me, I think that duo is someone, I heard Badger speak about it on commentary as well, a duo that should be backed in the fact that you only have 3 of these games now going into that World Cup. How is it that he's not been given the nod? I mean, I'm a huge Shamar Brooks fan, but I probably would have still gone the way of King and Mayers because they're proven over the 9 innings. I don't know how you feel about that.
Yeah, so Supernova says what's happened to King, Joseph, and Hussain. I can only go on what Nicholas said at the toss. Hussain's definitely been rested. Now, Puran said there's a couple of players with niggles. He never mentioned King and Joseph directly by name. So because King missed the last game and now he's missed the first, you surely wouldn't. I have to just assume, Nikhil, that King is who he's referring to when he says he's carrying a niggle. Because you wouldn't. I get leaving him out of the last T20 if you wanted to rest players or whatever it might be, but he'd start this first one. So I'll try and find out, but I presume it's niggle because there you go. Sweetby says he's got a shoulder injury, so there you go. I don't know if that's definitely correct or not, but like I say, Nicholas alluded to some kind of niggles for some of the players. My worry more so because it will be King and Carl Mayers who go to the World Cup, unless Evan Lewis does and Devon Conway plays that beautifully down to the boundary for a 4. Devon is now on 8 off 7, or is that 12 off 8? 12 off 8 for Devon Conway. 15 for none at the end of the second over. Santoki and we were discussing this on the latest thing we've recorded. I think it's out. In fact, it's out now. If you have Spotify or Apple or whatever, it's on the podcast now.
Man, big up you guys on the move, man. I see y'all making a good move.
Listen, I've got something to talk to you about that, but I'll leave that for off the air. But
sure.
What was I going to say? Sorry, it's not the latest podcast. It's the next one. We spoke about the missing players at the World Cup. And I do think it's worth me just reiterating the following players aren't in this World Cup squad and arguably should be. If forget the politics of why they aren't, they just should be. Evan Lewis, Andre Russell, Sunil Narine, Shafane Rutherford, Fabian Allen, Sheldon Cottrell, Roston Chase. You're probably surprised, Nikhil, that I'm saying Roston Chase. If I start with Roston first, Nikhil, Roston should be in the squad. I don't care what anyone says. But you will differ possibly, Nikhil, about how he should be in the squad. But I just think in white ball cricket, we don't have an off spinner in the side. Is Roston not the best option? Yes, I know he can do some stuff with the bat, but if we're not going to go for a out and out off spinner who we know can't bat, would you not go for Roston? Now, in fairness, Desmond Haynes said Roston's injured at the moment, but what I mean is I'm saying for the World Cup, I'd have Roston Chase in my T20 squad. Would you have him, Nikhil?
Match, when I look at the last T20 World Cup, the last time he would have played, and even that in the series prior, he was the best bowler for the West Indies. I think not having a quality off-spin option is hurting the West Indies in situations. Obviously, yes, Nicholas Pooran bowled against Pakistan, and he took 4 wickets in a game, but I don't think anybody expects him to be a sort of a long-term option. So I believe you sort of kill 2 birds with 1 stone, because I personally think he's shown it for the St. Lucia Kings in 2 CPLs. He's shown it in that World Cup where, yes, he didn't quite get off with the bat, but I mean, who did in that World Cup for us? I think if you can mesh the two and create that competition for place between him, Shamar Bucks, and Devon Thomas, then I think, why not? Because he sort of kills 2 birds with 1 stone. I mean, granted, the selector says that he's injured, so obviously he can't be up for selection, but I don't think he did too much wrong to be really left out of the team. I was kind of surprised, and it almost felt like if Roston was being left out for his red ball form. So I believe sort of that he needs to be found a way to work back in. My issue now, though, Mash, you speak about Evan Lewis, you speak about Russell and these guys. How do they work themselves back in? After these 3 T20s, that's it. It's just obviously the CPL, and then it's this. And I can tell you, it's going to cause the world of controversy if Evan Lewis has a 600-run or 700-run CPL, and all of a sudden is back in the West Indies team over maybe a Brandon King, who's been, or Kyle Mears, who've been the last 4 or 5 series with the West Indies. Then do you have conversations about, is that the right way to go? Is that how we want to pick teams? Is that the right consistency? So, I mean, it's a tough job for the selectors, to be honest, but I don't know, Mash, if I necessarily will go back to those. I mean, Roston Chase is a different story, but in terms of the guys that are choosing to be not available for selection, it's a tough one in terms of if I would go back to them, because I just think sometimes maybe repetition and having that sort of consistent team playing as a group is probably more important than the 1 or 2 players. I don't know. I think synergy is important. I mean, you look at the World Cups that we've won, those teams were playing together for a long time going into that World Cup.
Yeah, let me so first things first, Obed nearly gets Devon to chop onto his stumps. I don't know how far that ball misses stumps, but it squeaks away for 4 again. Conway moves to 16. So Santoki's take on it is that he thinks that if any of those players have a good CPL or very good, let's say very good. So let's say Dre Russ and Evan Lewis are in the top 5. I don't know how Dre would be because of where he bats them. And first and foremost, he's in that Trim Bagel side for a start, so he might not even bat that often. But let's say they have a good CPL, a very good CPL, and even Sunil with the bat. Santoki's take on it to me was, we are in no position as a team to ignore them if they have a very good CPL, and they just have to come straight in if they suddenly say we are available for selection. I said to Santoki what you've just said now. I said, obviously I agreed, but I also said, if the selectors do bring them in at the last minute, it is going to lead to... But in fairness, Nikhil, actually it goes both ways. If the selectors bring them in last minute, people cuss. If the selectors don't bring them in and they have a good CPL, people will cuss. So it's a no-win. It's a no-win situation, whichever way you look at it. So,
Yeah, to be honest, as you said, I think the key on Russell more than anyone else, because I think we just know the sort of phenomenon that he is. His bowling, I am watching him in the 100, he's bowling. If he's able to come, and obviously I don't expect him to be in the top 5 run scorers because he would have to have a seriously good CPL, and I'm not sure where TK are going to bat him, etc. But if he can make that big of an impact with both bat and balls, then I think he becomes more in the question. then fights for a place with the Odin Smith, Romario
Yeah.
Shepherd, etc.
Yeah, 100%. I agree. I think, and again, in Australia, and for me, experience counts. Andre Russell has played in the Big Bash. I do think this is important. But do you know what, Nikhil? This is why I'm baffled at the fact that we have basically ignored Carlos Brathwaite, because he's got Big Bash experience. He knows the lengths you've got to hit in
He's
Australia.
just won a Big Bash. He's just
that's what I'm so to me, it's absolutely baffling because context of where World Cups are important. Romario Shepherd into the attack, people. Context of where World Cups are surely comes into it as well. But I presume, in fact, Carlos hasn't got a CPL deal, has he?
That's what I was about to say. I was about to tell you. I'm kind of surprised that no team has opted to pick him up in the CPL.
So he's got no chance then. He won't come into the reckoning.
I mean, he could always be in the CPL as a replacement. As far as I know, he's available for selection. But I was kind of surprised that, I mean, obviously, many people don't know, but he's battled with injury, etc. He's been obviously playing for Warwickshire, as you would know. But I think, yeah, it's kind of surprising that I still believe he's one of the better all-rounders in the Caribbean. Maybe not at the highest tier, and because we haven't seen him on the international level, but I believe he has a lot to give to West Indies cricket still. Interesting angle, though, to the Devon Conway match from Shepherd bowling over the wicket across him.
Yeah, and I'm assuming you're one delivery ahead of me, but that second delivery of his over, good shape on that. I don't want to put the hex on Romario though, because he loses confidence easily, and then that goes for 4. So, you see what?
But to be honest though, like, okay, you look at that, and this is what, like, I love about T20 cricket, right? As a bowler, you look at that delivery. So just now, the first 2 deliveries were like on a good length, hit a hard length, what he's good at, and it beats the outside edge. That's just good T20 batting. Like Devon Conway committing ahead of time, knowing, probably predicting the length that he's going to bowl, able to come on the inside of the ball and just help it along its way down to find it. Like, as a bowler, like we'd probably be better to ask one of the players about this, but like as a bowler, I don't mind that too much, because like what else can you do? You have a deep cover, you have a deep third as the 2 out. Like, that's bowling to your field.
Good point. Yeah, fair, in fact. And actually, that's probably my bias of looking at the fact it's Romario. You see him go forward, like, oh, it's a Romario. But yeah, we sometimes forget to put give the credit to the batter in terms of creating the innovative shot. The run rate at the moment, people, is just a tad over 8. We are expecting this to be a high scoring wicket, by the way. See how this ball goes. Guptill struggling to get off here, which is no bad thing. West Indies, one more ball to go of Romario's over. West Indies. New Zealand are 30 without loss after what will be the 4th over. It's not a bad start. So we've had Mayers, Holder, McCoy, and Romario bowl the first 4 overs. So it'll be interesting to see who gets the last 2 of the power play.
I would like to see Mears get another one, Mash, inside the power play. I think on these surfaces, obviously we know he's able to do as sort of making that consistent impact. Every time he comes into that, he makes something happen with the wickets. But on these surfaces where that very first delivery got some lateral movement into Guptill, he's able to get sideways movement because of the strong wrist behind the ball, etc. I think as we struggle with the 6th and 7th option going into Australia, if we know Mears is going to be opening the batting, then why not get some bowling out of him as well? You never know when it could come in handy. You never know the deck that you're going to get. So I would, in these situations, I mean, we've experimented all that we can with the batting lineup. Why not experiment and give Mears another over? And I think something that I found interesting is how they've used Obed McCoy as well, because in the past they used to give him 1 over up front and then save the 3 for the back end. But now they've almost had to force to go to 2 early. And I don't know. I feel like with those sort of balls, he's such an asset, from the 15th over onwards. I don't know. That's just my take.
Yeah, and funnily enough, I was going to ask you as well about where. I mean, you and I've got something planned with regards to Jason ODI cricket, but just speaking about T20s, I feel, Nikhil, that obviously Jace got COVID just before we started the ODI series. I think it was it against India? He just got COVID.
India.
I think Jace looked a bit rusty, if I'm honest, and that's a combination of rusty from COVID just before the start of and that one's gone, or is it looks like it's gone?
6, yeah.
Yeah, Guptill gets his first maximum. of the game and moves to 9 not out, takes McCoy out of the ground. I think it was a combination of Jason hasn't played cricket in a while, the 2-month break, 2.5-month break, plus getting COVID. And I think it's just taken him a bit of time to get into his groove. But that notwithstanding, where would you bowl Jason to get the best out of him in this West Indies? Because he's going to have to take a lot more responsibility for me. I'm not saying that his T20 game is perfect, but because of the inconsistency we have in our bowling, we're going to have to ask Jason to not a bad delivery there from McCoy. We're going to have to ask Jason to take a bit more responsibility, but I haven't worked out yet, and that's why I'm asking you. You're in the position of Phil Simmons. Where you bowling Jason to get the best out of him?
I think, Mash, personally, this is just me. I think this power play phase of any T20 game now, I mean, you look at the importance of it. This first 6 overs are just 2 fielders outside the circle. More often than not, you win the power play, you go on to win the game. So for me, I think he's probably, along with Sheldon Cottrell, probably the best new ball bowler we have in the Caribbean. I want to see him bowl two up front. And then he has the ability that he's shown in the IPL, shown in T20 cricket for a number of years to come back with the Yorker at the back end of the innings. If I have 2 from him and 1 from McCoy or vice versa going into the last 5, I feel confident about that 5 overs. I think yes, he's admitted it as well. I mean, I heard an interview with him during the ODI series when he first came back. I think it was the final ODI he came back for, and Jordan spoke to him, and he was the first to say that, you know, COVID is extremely impactful. That's the first time he had it, and it affected his breathing, you know, over everything. I think people almost forget that. I mean, these guys are human, but him especially, what we've expected from him is just to be, you know, executing with both ball and bat in hand, because what we're used to at the test format. But I mean, he did look rusty, and I think hopefully now he will see him come back into his stride in this series with the ball in hand, especially because I thought with his lengths, he just varied a bit in that series and had some good spells, but usually he's a lot more consistent than what I saw in that T20 series. And I think he probably just, as you said, you know, coming off of such a long break where he was out of cricket at that level, he was still training, etc. But still, to come back into that level against the Indian opposition is never going to be easy. You know, they will pounce on anything they can get. So I still don't think this is a bad start. I mean, you're just conceding over 7 runs and over. This is an extremely high-scoring venue. India, West Indies in 2017, 190 was chased when Evan got the 100. So they know that they're going to have to chase a big score. To keep them to just 7.6 runs and over and not lose the, even though they haven't lost the wicket, I think this is a good start by the West Indies, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm fine with this. They're giving Romario the last over of the power play. He went for 5 in his first over. Good start from Romario. This suggests to me that if they start with Carl Mayers, that to me suggests that they are worried about Oldeen bowling his full set, or even Hayden Walsh bowling his full set. And if we let's pivot to Hayden Walsh for a minute, Nikhil. I feel sorry for Hayden Walsh because even now they still don't put full faith and confidence in him. And I just feel like you have to say to your leg spinner, you know what? I almost feel like Hayden has to just be in the team all the time. I've never been a fan of this in one game, out 3, back in for 1, out for 2, back in for 2, out for 3. If you have a leg spinner, you have to put maximum faith in the leg spinner. So I've now gone kind of the other side of the coin and saying it's no surprise that Hayden's a bit erratic with his performances because he's never fully invested in as a bowler. Where do you stand on Hayden?
I think, to be honest, Mash, especially with the art of a leg spin and just how difficult it is, I mean, I really give credit to, all professional cricketers, but a leg spinner especially, because of the amount of criticism Hayden Walsh can get and also just the skill required. It definitely seems, from my understanding, it's a big rhythm thing. And I think they need to do a bit better in get, even I believe that there's a place, maybe not in Australia, but there needs to be a place and a way to find space for Akil Hossain and Hayden Walsh Jr. You look around at some of the bigger teams in the world. Australia, for example. I mean, even this New Zealand team, they'll play Mitchell Santner. They'll play Ish Sodi.
Sodi, yep.
Exactly. South Africa will play their off spinner. They'll play Shamsi. Australia will play Zampa. They bat their like spinners. We saw in India, Ravi Bishnoi, Ashwin, Aksar Patel. So even though, yes, in Australia where surfaces may not be that conducive to spin, I think that Hayden is extremely important just because of you look around at the successful T20 teams and the successful T20 bowlers, majority of them are wrist spinners.
Is that God? Sorry, Conway helps that one. So Devon Conway people is basically doing Devon Conway things. New Zealand bring up their 50, coming to the end of the power play. Devon Conway top edges. Did he top edge it? I don't know if you want to call it a top edge. Either way, it's gone for 6. Mario Shepherd taking a few taking some licks in this over. How many has he gone for? 2, 4, 6. 13 off his second over with one more ball to go for Mario Shepherd. Let's see how we can end the power play. And that's a single. So 14 off that over. New Zealand end the power play on 52 without loss. Take note of that, people. Let's see where the West Indies are at when we come to our power play. But it's a solid foundation set by New Zealand. They should be at this stage looking at a 180, 170 minimum from this foundation.
Yeah, the power play is an area where, Mash, I think we really have to improve on, especially with the bat in hand. I mean, when you look at the way India outperformed us, we lost 2 wickets 3 times in the series. And yes, context-wise, we chased, they batted first. But still, the reason because we kept losing wickets, it meant that we were only able to score at just over 7.5 runs per over, whereas India were able to score over 9 runs an over because they just lost less wickets. It's that simple. So I definitely think that's an area where we have to improve on. Good to see Hayden coming into the attack for the 7th over early, but definitely think that we need to find a way. Now, this is also a skill that I want to see because I feel like maybe we're tentative to bowl Hayden to left-handers, but at the same time, he has a googly that he works on. Why not ask him to bowl it? I mean, this is the only way we're gonna really see where guys are able to bowl in certain situations. Why can't we see if he has that one at the back of the hand?
Yeah, most definitely. I think as well, this is why, again, in the press conference, there was the reference to Sheldon Cottrell, because the reality for West Indies is Sheldon is as close to, in our region, he's as close to a banker in the power play as you can get. And the reality is, Nikhil made reference to it earlier on, if you don't strike in the power play more often than not, you're gonna lose the match. I think Darren Sammy often says on comms when he's on there, 3 wickets in the power play, you're going to win or lose, obviously, if you're the opposing side. And we just haven't taken enough. In fact, the one game where we took wickets in the power play was the game we won against India when Obed McCoy got 6 for 17. And
in that game, we didn't. And when we batted in that power play, we didn't lose a wicket. So.
Exactly. So it's the power play often tells you how a match is going to go. So it is worrying that New Zealand have the foundation set of 52 for none. From 6 at this point now, between overs 6 and 13, you need 2 or 3 wickets to slow things down.
I think though, when Cottrell does come back, I have a bit more confidence in the depth of that bowling lineup. I'm interested to see if they do bring him back because, I mean, he wouldn't be playing any international cricket in a couple of series now. Don't think he played against England, so it'll be basically all the series this year where he hasn't played, and then. If he has, let's say he gets fit in time to play the CPL, has a good CPL, and then it begs the question again: Do they take that option? So it's, to be honest, like everybody criticizes the selectors. I mean, including me and you. We have times where we don't agree with them, but they really do have not a tough job. To be honest, they don't have the easiest of jobs when it comes to selecting.
Yeah, no, Javid, you're right. Sorry, Cottrell did play in some of the T20s against England, but that's the last time we saw him. I was going to make a point off that. Oh, sorry, it was Sachin. That's unlucky there. Bottom edge is going to go down to boundary, I presume. Yep. Who was that? Oh, Conway, of course. So Conway moves to 43 not out of 26 balls. He looks like he's eyeing up a T20 century here. Sachin, no. Sorry, there is. We're not playing in a bubble, but you have to remember it's 1 o'clock in Jamaica, or just coming up to 2 o'clock in Jamaica. There's no way that people are going to turn up for a T20 match. I mean, they will, but a lot of people at Sabina at 2:00 in the afternoon. No way.
Are there people there that much? I haven't seen any.
No, there's some in one stand.
Okay.
They'll pan right in a minute, but it's basically as if it's like might as well be a Jamaica Scorpions game. But I think starting the games when they did for the India series obviously makes sense. It's for the Indian audience, but when you're playing New Zealand, they could easily have started this match later. I'm not sure why.
India, is it for the
that's
Indian?
LBW?
No, match start going on. I just wonder though, is it for the sake of maybe the same India man? I mean, we know how much. I mean, let me not start you on the whole advent of this franchise career because I know how you feel about it. But I mean, we know how important TV rights is, and the TV audience fan code is coming in to stream a lot of West Indies games. I could be for that. I know the CPL has early starts, 10 a.m. starts for that purpose. So unfortunately, that's the direction the game is going. I so miss the days though when you could come home and turn on the TV at 8 p.m. at night and get a real thriller going to late at night because other places in the world get it. Why can't we? You know what I mean?
So Sports Sadan says it's 12:30 a.m. in India.
Okay, fair enough.
At the moment. So this is my thing. So it's 7:00 in New Zealand, but this is why I think it's a weird time to have it because you could easily have done, I don't know, let's say 10:00 in the morning New Zealand means you would have started the game at 4:00 in the afternoon in Jamaica. Like I don't know, you could for the West Indian and Kiwi audience, it would have worked perfectly for this game to go later. Guptill hits another 4 by. Oh, sorry, Aldine Smith into the attack people. Anyways. Yeah, good point. Actually, Michael. If it's got a TV audience, it's got a TV audience. I just don't know who the TV audience is for this game in particular. Obviously, in the UK, it's perfect. This started at 7:30 in the evening, so to me, this is perfect evening sports watching. But I don't know if this was done for the UK audience. I don't know.
It was good to see though. Unfortunately, they were all Indians, but it was good to see the support and the turnout for those games in Fort Lauderdale. Man, I mean, I'm in the US right now, working on cricket, and for those that don't know, cricket is really coming in this side of the world. Mm-hmm. Cricket is growing extremely fast. So what a catch, boy! Wow, sorry, I spoiled it.
Nikhil just gave it away, people. Something just happened. It looks like Aldine. I haven't even seen it yet. So Aldine Smith has. Guptill has tried to clear the ground. Who's that on the? Oh my God! What a catch!
Yeah,
the unfit Shimron Hetmeyer takes a one-handed screamer on the boundary. That ball looked like it'd gone behind Hetmeyer. I need to see that in slow-mo.
Wow, that's a serious catch, boy.
So the ball looked as if it actually cleared Hetmeyer, and he's got his left hand out behind him. I'm now watching the slow-mo to see exactly what went down. Oh, no, it's not that. He has put the left hand up to catch it right on the boundary rope. Go to all the forums right now and everyone will be typing, you lot said on Hetmeyer was unfit. He caught that because he passed the fitness test, people. That's why Hetmeyer caught that. Anyways, Martin Guptill's gone for 16. New Zealand are 62 for 1. Ideally, you would have wanted Devon Conway out instead, but whatever. A wicket's a wicket. It's a dot. Slows down momentum ever so slightly. Nikhil, I see a lot of comments in the some comments about America. I was going to ask you about the States. So cricket will knock down baseball. Listen, Nikhil, you see, I was saying this to Tom at Dunmore and others who are part of minor league cricket. I think if not, obviously we're hosting the 2024 World Cup with the United States, but I think that, and I mean this in the nicest sense, I'm not saying the United States are a threat to our game, but I think that Cricket West Indies, I know we've got a partnership with them, but we also can't afford to sleep on what the Americans are doing, because it would not surprise me, Nikhil, if in 10 years they've got better facilities all around their country than we've got in the Caribbean, possibly less than 10 years. And then as a result of that, players will go not just where the money is, but they'll go where the facilities are. So if we have I just missed something? Is that not? Dean Smith gets 2 in 2 balls.
I gave you another. I gave you a
Nikhil
lot
did
of
not
time.
give that one away. This
I
time
gave
it's
you
Devon
time.
Thomas with the superb catch. Nikhil, give me a bit of commentary on that one. Because I don't even know how you describe that one. Devon Thomas, it was like a goalkeeper who's gone the wrong way for a free kick and suddenly adjusts his feet to try and parry the ball the other way. Talk me through this one, Nikhil.
Yeah, I think is what it is, Mash, is like, and sometimes I just can't get it understood. But in cricket, one always brings two, and like that just small lapse, that small break in momentum, break in concentration, it just plays a part. I mean, that's a ball that Devon Conway will probably back himself to hit out the ground or hit for 4 short, that he probably will back himself to hit every day of the week. But that's cricket. That's this beautiful game, man. Sometimes just momentum just flips on you. So now 2 new batters at the crease, and that run rate is still very controllable at this stage. And you have this New Zealand team, even against Netherlands. I mean, they were 60 for 2 after 10 overs in one of the games. They only got to 149. I think they've shown signs that they're beatable. Yes, we know that they're formidable in both aspects of things, batting and bowling. But you take early wickets like they've done here, stay in the game even after not taking a wicket in the power play, and all of a sudden it becomes a different game.
Yeah, so it's worth pointing out. Sorry, let me just update the score for people. It's worth pointing out that New Zealand are currently 14 white ball games unbeaten against a combination of Ireland, Scotland, Netherlands, etc. But if you actually go and look at those results, Scotland, for example, ran them very close in some of the ODI games against them. I wouldn't say the Netherlands ran them close, but they were definitely competitive. Ireland certainly should have taken New Zealand out in at least one of those ODIs. So it's New Zealand aren't unbeatable, but of course the thing with West Indies is we have to play. I always say West Indies when we play the top sides, we have to play at 100%, and the top sides have to be like 5% under what they are, and then I think we're in the game. But if we drop our standards versus top sides, they tend to take advantage of that very, very quickly. Hence why we will lose in most scenarios. Anyways, 2 wickets for old Dean Smith.
And I don't think they were particularly very good deliveries either. I mean, that first wicket I took up to is a very wide outside the off stump. Guptill already put away one in the over that with he went back there, and then the next one was just short on the leg side. So
yeah,
but I mean that's sometimes how it goes. You know what I mean? That's how it goes. You don't.
Yeah, I'm looking at that second one again. I didn't realize how wide down the leg side he'd bowled it. Actually, it's just somehow caught Devon's glove and just looped in the other direction. So, says 2 wickets in the wicket column. That will give him confidence. 2 for. Let's see how his last ball goes of this over. That's why he laughed. Anyway. So 2 for 10 off the first over, and New Zealand are 68 for 2 at the end of the 8 overs. Just to remind people that it's Kane Williamson, the captain at the crease, with Glenn Phillips, who is very, very familiar with this ground. In fact, having played many seasons with the Talawars over the last. Where's he now? Where's he? Barbados now. Where's Phillips gone? Wait, is he in this year's?
I don't see him in this year's CPL. He's not in any team. Yeah, he was, but he's not been retained by anyone.
Oh, he's not there this year. Okay. So, but Glenn Phillips very familiar with conditions in the Caribbean, having played many years in the CPL. Yeah, Sachin, people will show up during the course of the day. So don't be surprised if when West Indies bat, what time will West Indies come to bat? So 8 overs now, around 3:30ish. Don't be surprised if there's more people in the ground by the time West Indies come to bat.
Sorry, Mash, I saw some questions about minor league and the facility.
Yeah, I was going to try and find them for you.
Yeah, I was just going to say on that. I mean,
let's take this one first.
Yeah, as an example, you go to every state. So, like, okay, what I've been able, for people that don't know, what I've done for minor league is every weekend they've had. So basically, what minor league is in a nutshell, for people that don't know, there's a lot of West Indians that may not have never heard of it. Basically, 26 teams from all across the country. You have teams from St. Louis, from Houston, from different states, different parts of the US, divided into 2 conferences, the Pacific and the Atlantic. And then they play in games, 14 group stage games, and they're within their conference. They have a couple inter-division games, but basically a 14 division game, and then it goes to playoff. The top 2 teams from each of the 4 conferences come out. They then play in a playoffs, a best of 3, which I found is an interesting way. They'll have like 2 best of 3. And what I've done for minor league this year is go around and actually commentate. They've done premium broadcasts, so they've had like 4 or 5 cameras in one place for the weekend. So like I started in San Francisco, in Los Angeles, Houston. Then they came over to this side of the world in Atlanta last weekend, North Carolina this weekend. So what they're able to do is like have, because of the investment, because of how much money they have in the cricket, they're able to feature at this level, not to the level where you have 16 cameras that you're watching West Indies, New Zealand, but still have 4 or 5 cameras where you can have replays, you can have close-ups on certain players, etc. So they're growing the brand. That's in a nutshell what the minor league is and what I'm doing for minor league. But I mean, Mash, when I go around to different states, there are about 4 or 5 indoor facilities at least. Where they probably are missing is the fact that they don't have as many turf surfaces. So last week in Atlanta, they don't have a actual pitch. They play on a synthetic matting, which is clay. And then
how do those play? I've seen the pictures of those. So how do those?
Yeah, I'm actually gonna do a video. I actually did some recording of how the process of it's made. I mean, I released that sometime this week, but it's interesting. To be honest, it depends. The ones that have the cement underneath, so there's some that like you have a synthetic matting pulled over cement. You get sort of like that tennis ball bounce. You get, sometimes they are variable. Then the one over the clay, it depends on like how well the clay is compacted and stuff. People ask, the most common question is like, well, then if they can do a clay and roll a mat over it, why not just try to prepare a wicket? But the thing about that is they don't have the manpower, the personnel to know or to be able to maintain a surface every week, or to be able to water it, to roll it, to maintain it. So that's why the matting is sort of an easy fix. But I mean, this is the second season of this tournament, and already we've seen so many grounds already add to them. Like, there are way more places in the US now that have actual pitches. You look at LA, Houston have like a facility with 6 or 7 different grounds, over like 30 different pitches. So they're slowly coming. And next year, when Major League rolls around in 2023, I'm sure all of the Major League will be played on definite turf. And where I am in North Carolina, they had the finals last
North
year.
Carolina's where the final was last year, isn't it?
And
they've got the Prairie something.
No. Prairie View is in Houston. Church Street Park is North Carolina. But Mash, when you see that facility,
that's a proper cricket ground,
state of the art facility. Yeah. And I think they could easily have international games here. You ask someone like a Robin Paul, who came here and did extremely well last year for one of the teams who got to the final. He spoke about how fantastic of a facility it was. So some of you guys to check it out, man. It plays on Saturdays and Sundays, in terms of the premium coverage. And I mean, last weekend, Raheem Cornwall has hit the most sixes in this tournament. Tons of West Indian players. Mark Dayal, Carey Pear, Terrence Hines. So many West Indians have come into this tournament and have been able to provide a lot for these teams. Ashley Nurse plays as well. But yeah, so Chanapal Hemraj scored 200s in the minor leagues. So a lot of different players, man, compete. Moti was supposed to play. We've seen Kenar Lewis play last year. Tons of West Indians, man.
So there's, by the way, people, the score is 73 for 2. Odean Smith into his second over, and that's chipped up and over into the boundary ropes by Glenn Phillips. Make that 77 for 2. Rakeem Cornwall, Nikhil. We spoke about Roston Chase earlier on as an off-spin option. Rakeem doesn't bowl as much in T20 cricket as I think he should. But I remember reading a stat, it might have been 2 years ago, maybe a year and a half ago, about how Rakeem Cornwall's one of the most dangerous players in the power play. A bit like Carl Mayers, in so much as if he's getting out quickly. If he's getting off quickly. There's no waiting around with Rakeem Cornwall when it comes to the power play. It's either like 60 off 20 or it's 1 off 2. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, there's no in between really with Rakeem Cornwall. Now, obviously, Nikhil, people are going to mention his weight and this, that. But I'm surprised more people don't talk about him as a T20 prospect. What's your views?
Well, let me just give you his numbers. And people might say, oh, you know, it's the minor league, quality of bowling is not good. But I can tell you, you can ask some of the players that have played. There is some good opposition, some good cricket, good quality of cricket being played there. I mean, as Demo just said in the comments, Liam Plunkett is playing here. You got a lot of cricketers from India, Unmukt Chand, Milen Kumar, who were on the verge of playing for India. Machel captained India at the Under-19 World Cup. So first, let me start by saying the opposition is good. Now and the caliber of cricket is up there. Now let me go to the second thing I want to make. In the minor league so far, 10 innings for Rakeem Cornwall, 406 runs, 39 sixes, strike rate of 206 and an average of 40. Mash, he's been unstoppable up here. And I think when I watch him more and more, even in the CPL, I don't even have to bring his minor league stats. You look at him in the CPL, his strike rate is 140 for the St. Lucia Kings, or above 140. I definitely think he's a viable option. Obviously, we've seen the way that the selectors have gone in the sense that they've not even considered him for red ball cricket anymore. And that's, I mean, I guess that's the way they see it. But I definitely think he can be used with the ball, even for St. Lucia as well. St. Lucia obviously have Mark Dea, they have Roston, they have a couple off spin options. So I don't think that's why he's been used with the ball. But up here, he's been a reliable option, bowling 2 overs in the power play, been a wicket taking option. I think he's in double figures in the wickets as well. I personally think he's another one to consider. If Rakeem Cornwall at the top of the order has a 500 or 600 run CPL, then why should he not be considered like everyone else?
Well, I mean, you know me, Nikhil. I'm in full agreement. I just
I honestly find I can't believe that he's been sort of out of the reckoning in the red ball format.
Well, that's what I was about to say. And then he went and topped. I think you may have seen me in Santoki talking about it. He went and topped this year's 5-match first class season. So I don't know what Rakeem now, like, I just think sometimes what message are we sending to some of these players then? It's what you used to say to me about, I think it was last year's World Cup. I think we were having this discussion. It was like, if a player is doing something domestically and then you don't turn to them, or like when you said, well, Pooran's not done anything in the red ball, so how can, like, I just worry sometimes about the message we then send. So, for example, if Rakeem Cornwall was suddenly to turn around and say, well, boy, I can't get in West Indies team, let me just go around the franchise circuit, you couldn't blame him because he's still got to make his money somehow.
Exactly.
So if I'm still taking the most wickets in the region and I'm going minor league and I'm going at a strike rate of 200 and no one's paying me any attention, in fact, I'm trying to. Has he gone to Barbados? What team has he gone to this year?
Yeah, Barbados.
Barbados. Well, so okay, so let's go with that because CPL is soon. Where do you think Barbados are going to play him? Will he even get in the side?
Well, that's the next question. Barbados because when you look at their top 5,
yes, exactly. it's Quinton, Azam Khan,
Kyle Mayers.
Kyle Mayers. Who's the
South
African?
I could say is like
David Miller.
Yeah.
So I don't even know where Rakeem gets in that side. If he gets in that side.
And Devon Thomas is in that team as well, Jason Holder, so tons and tons of batting. But what I will say is, I think based on, like, I could even make the argument of saying, start with Cornwall, a right-hander. You have a left-right combination if you let Quinton de Kock open the batting. And then the Kyle Mayers at 3. But at the same time, West Indies might say, well, hold on a minute. He has to open the batting for us in the World Cup. We want him to open the batting.
Yeah.
So, and I mean, you look at the coaching staff. Roddy S took his assistant coach for the Barbados Royals, and he's assistant coach of the West Indies as well. So it's a lot of different small things. I don't know if he starts in that CPL. I think we'll get to see him in the 60 for sure. But personally, I think they should find a way to get him in the team. But at the same time, when you look at that batting lineup, he may struggle. He may really struggle.
Yeah, no, for real. So, people, listen, Nikhil's only with us, I think, for another 30 minutes.
Well, I have like 15 more minutes.
15 minutes, people. So any questions you've got for Nikhil, make sure you get them in before he goes, because then you're stuck with me.
What I will tell those Mash mentioned it a couple of seconds ago about Pooran. And I will mention, for those long-time listeners to the Caribbean Cricket Podcast, Mash has been raving about Nicholas Pooran in the red ball format. And actually, somebody brought it up to Desmond Haynes at the last press conference, and it was not Machel. And I was interested. I was intrigued. I was actually intrigued by the answer, Mash. I mean, Desmond Haynes spoke about the fact that he thinks that Pooran could definitely fit in, but he didn't say anything about first class cricket. He said it would be a way of working out sort of how he fits in, etc., going into the future. For me, my sentiments remain the same, but it is a good point, the fact that he could have played Big Bash, but instead he wanted to play that first class cricket in New Zealand.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I suspect we still won't see Nicholas play any red ball cricket, but I mean, we'll see. By the way, people, I think it was Glenn. Yeah, Glenn has hit Hayden Walsh straight back over his head for a 6.
And he would have faced 1,000 balls from Hayden Walsh last year in the nets, I can tell you. 1,000.
So New Zealand are currently 84 for 2. West Indies probably still looking for another couple wickets.
I see Sports Sudan is asking me about the match fees here, Mash.
Sorry, yeah. I can't find it, but yeah, go on, speak
it's
about
right at the it's right at the bottom. Like he just said it again.
Oh, sorry, I didn't.
The
Sorry.
second last. It's a good question. There is no okay, like how CPL you have a player getting bought for 10,000, for 15,000, the highest player 140,000. There's no stringent bracket set on, because what people need to understand is similar to CPL, the minor league, all these different teams, it's not owned by one body. They're all owned by individual groups of people, individual owners. So it's at their discretion in terms of what they want to pay players. It's good to see that the majority of the players playing in the minor league are paid. Even the local ones, even the youngsters, they have a rule where you have to play one under 21 and one under 19 player in the cricket, which is a huge thing. And even those players are played. But I can tell you what I will say is that the West Indians that come up here, they eat well, man.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Demo's saying some players get 500 games. Listen, West Indians aren't going there. They are going there just to play cricket. Some of them are doing very nice for themselves. Now, I think the key is as Nikhil says, these are privately owned teams, and I think anyone who's not been introduced to minor league, a good starting point is to go and watch the footage from last year's final to understand. I think that's one Rothman played in. So go and watch the footage of last year's final. I'm sure you can find it on there. But even what I would say as well is that minor league have their social media game this year is far better than it was last year. Like there's so much.
But not only that, forget social media. What they're able to do, like I'll give an example. Last weekend and 2 weekends ago in Philadelphia, they actually had people who understand cricket. Like they had something called a cricket festival where easily 1,000 people came over the weekend to watch. Now, obviously, it's a lot of Native Americans who might not be familiar with cricket, but they still came just to see what the event was about, etc. And they had people going around to different people with small flyers explaining the sport of cricket. So they're trying to make sort of ways to explain not only minor league but the overall sport of cricket to grow it in the US.
I hear you, man. Couple of questions here. Where's the one that? So first, let's go back to this game. So the score currently, by the way, is 91 for 2 from 11 overs. Past score. So Nikhil said was it 190? You said, Nikhil.
The last T20.
Yeah. So the last T20 international was 190. I think at this stage, New Zealand being 91 for 2 off 11. Maybe looking at.
If West Indies can restrict them to under 180, I think they'd be happy with that.
I was going to say New Zealand should be looking at 180 from here. That should be their minimum that they're looking at. Obviously, if West Indies can take some wickets, then that I think okay, here we go. So par 10 runs and over takes them to 181. So somewhere between 165 to 180 is probably what we're looking at the moment. But obviously we shall see. Well, that's a 4 to start off with for Jason's comeback into the attack, and Kane. Oldine kind of parries that over the boundary line. Don't know if he should have stopped that or if it was a good diving effort. Yes, rising bowler. Big respect to Nikhil. Big up rising bowler. Rising bowler. I got Kimar Roach to sign a West Indies shirt for rising bowler. So big up Kimar and big up rising bowler. Who else? Orin Smith. Yeah, good evening to you.
I just want to say Mash deserves a million degrees of credit for doing this, because this is two of us talking and I can already feel like, okay, it's good and all, but this could be tiring. Mash is it for the whole game.
Again, if I tell you about that day I did the ODI.
Oh my goodness, Mash. Credit to you, man. 50 overs? Wow.
I don't think I fully understood what it was going to entail when I said the rains come. See, this is why I thought Nicholas might have chosen to bowl first. Although given the start New Zealand have made, I was told there was going to be some afternoon showers. That's pretty common in Jamaica to expect some kind of afternoon showers. Whether it will last long or not, possibly half an hour. So the groundsmen are ready. Let's see if they go off.
Yeah, they're going off.
Yeah, they've gone off. So that's 95 for 2 off 11.2 overs, and the predicted rain showers have come. That's probably the perfect time for Nikhil to go when he wants to, in fairness. What I'll do in a minute after Nikhil and I do a little bit of talking people is those who are used to the live watch-alongs, I'll put the screen up saying back after the rain break, so on and so forth, etc., etc. But we'll see how long this break. If it's the usual Jamaican rain, we're looking at probably a half hour break or so, or an hour break, and then depending on how long it takes them to sop things up. So we could be in for about an hour, 30 minutes to about an hour break if it's the usual Jamaica thing. So we shall see. A couple of questions then. Just before Nikhil goes, people, couple last questions for him if you've got any. We'll just scroll down to see what I've missed.
Someone asked, how does one play in the league if you're living in the US?
That was the one I was about to bring up. I'm trying to find
There's a way to, before every season, if you just go on the social medias of the MLC, there's like ways that you register as a player. Once you're like a resident of the US, then you register. There's an easy link to register, and it's as simple as that. Then you go into a group of players, and I mean it'll be up to you. Teams have like, I don't know where Sachin is located in, if he's in Orlando or if he's in whatever, but every team usually has like a tryout, so they'll have like practice and stuff where guys can go and thing, and then if teams like what they see and you're in registered as a player, you get picked up prior to the season. They have like a draft where you can draft in certain players, and then they have like a marquee, couple wild cards that they bring from overseas.
Right. Hopefully that answers that, Sachin. Yo, I've seen a lot of Jamaicans wanting cricket to be in Jamaica, so I'm guessing the ground's at least 3/4 full. No, it's about 1/6 full. So I like to say, I think, again, I'm generalizing, but I would expect more people to turn up as the day goes on. But also, it's a random Wednesday and it's 2:25 in the afternoon. Most people have got work. So I'm also not surprised. And with respect to New Zealand, it's West Indies versus New Zealand. It's not this won't be seen as a marquee game to attend with respect to New Zealand.
Yeah, I just want to big up. Santoki on that Narain piece. If you guys haven't checked it out on the Cricket Monthly, that was a quality read, man. I enjoyed that a lot, and I think Santoki, I take a lot from both of you guys' writing, man. Just in terms of my writing, definitely a lot to learn from you guys. So keep the good work up, Mash.
Yeah, let me put that piece for those who haven't read it. There we go. No, that's on the. Here it is. For those who haven't read it, let me just put this link in the chat if you're wanting something to do whilst you wait for the rain to stop. If this link even works, it might not let me. There it is. So if you want something to read, there's a link for Santoki's interview with Sunil Narain. I was going to say something. Yeah, so Nikhil, so what's next? What's next on the horizon? I mean, minor league's nowhere near finished yet.
No, it's going to be finished in about 3 weeks' time, and then we'll have to see after that, man. In terms of CPL, still trying to
CPL. So what are you going to be out there for the whole? Well, it's in different places this time.
Yeah. I'm not sure as yet, man. But as I know, hopefully I'll be trying to update you as soon as I know.
So I'm taking that to mean you're working on something you can't actually say what it is yet.
Well, yeah, trying to be involved, man, wherever I can, because at the end of the day, it's our own product, and I think it'll be really important for me as someone young developing in the industry to continue to work out CPL, man. So trying everywhere I can to be a part of it, and I'll let you know for sure, man.
Yeah, for real, people. Look.
What about you, man? What is next for you?
What's next for us? Obviously, we started the new show, West Indies on 99.
How's that been going, man? How's that?
Yeah, that's been going fine. We recorded 2 episodes today. One was on whether Phil Simmons should be sacked or not. So if you've got, for those of you who listen to that show on podcast streams, it's out now, Spotify, Apple, etc. It'll drop on YouTube tomorrow. And then the 5th episode we also recorded, which was, what was that on? Oh, you'll enjoy that one, Nikhil. It's on whether Sunil Narain or Andre, it's basically on whether we should just bring out Sunil Narain and Andre Russell and all that lot into the team regardless. So we go, Santoki and I did a back and forth on the
what radio station. So that it says Cricket on 99.4. Is that a radio station somewhere, Mash, or it's just an online platform?
So 99.94 it's a call it a podcast network.
Okay.
So if you see it as a podcast network, they basically will well, sorry, at the moment it's just India and West Indies, but over the coming weeks they're going to have every major team covered on that show. So, for example, if you go to listen to what you want to listen to.
Okay.
So, say you love Sri Lanka cricket, well, you'll go and listen to Sri Lanka on 99.94. Say you love West Indies women's cricket, you'll go to listen to West Indies. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
So, it's a network which will have a series of shows dependent
for each
on
team. Yeah, that's fantastic.
Depending on so you as the consumer choose what you want to go and listen to, and it's just totally
credit to Jared,
up
man,
to you.
for the fantastic.
You know, Jared's an innovator, man. So he's the innovator behind all this. So we're about 4 episodes in to the West Indies one at the moment, and yeah, it's just a more regular version because you know what we're like with the Caribbean Cricket Podcast. We'll do stuff and then not do something for 2 months, and then
it's just a consistent way for you guys to be producing. Yeah, I love that, man. I love that.
Yeah, Jared hit us up and was like, "Listen, you two could do this far more frequently. You just don't have the support to be able to do it. I'll give you the support. All you need to do is record your stuff." So that's basically
fantastic,
how
man.
it came about.
Hope everyone checks it out, and I'll be definitely tuning in, man. Probably a good time to say bye, Mash. It's been fun,
for real,
as always. And I'll be reaching out to you, man, to have some discussions with you for sure.
No worries, man. Nikhil, hit me up whenever. But take care of yourself, yeah.
Thanks everyone for tuning in, and thanks for the engagement, man. Appreciate that.
No worries. So, people, yes, as Javon says, head over to West Indies A. That is live on YouTube. Also, West Indies under 19. So, West Indies, sorry. The Rising Stars under 19s is live at the moment. Barbados are playing Jamaica. I can't remember who's playing whoever in the other games. Obviously, the other teams there, but I can't remember who's playing who. Probably because I was watching Barbados versus Jamaica. So, there is cricket to be watching whilst you wait for this West Indies game to restart. So, don't feel like... don't feel like there's nothing to do in the meantime. So Javid says Guyana are taking licks. I'll go watch that game and see. So it's a curry chicken curry derby between Guyana and Trinidad. So go and watch that one as well. And then obviously Windward versus Leeward. So you can find all of that on the West Indies YouTube channels, people. I'm gonna put on the screen the Be Right Back thing. Let me just set that up. Rain delay. What's the score? New Zealand 95. New Zealand 95 for 2 off. What was it? 11.2 overs. 11.2 overs. Yes, they're saying it's gentle drizzle, so I guess we'll be back in. I guess we'll be back sooner than you think, people. So as ever, by all means, keep this chat open and chat to each other, etc., and join me when the rain stops and we can go again with regards to this game. So 95 for 2, people. I shall see you in the next, hopefully, 20 to 25 minutes or so. See you there. Right, I don't know if anyone can hear me. Just to give a bit of an update. I don't know if anyone can actually hear me on here. Let me check my sound is working. Right, just to give a bit of an update, let me know if this sound is working. Anyone who's actually listening to this. The covers are off and play will restart in 15 minutes. So play will restart in 15 minutes. That will be 10 past 4 local time, 10 past 10 at night, obviously, UK time. I'm just trying to find out how many overs this game has been reduced to. That's been quite a lengthy delay, at least an hour and 20 minutes or so. So we do have a restart on the cards. I'll update what's on the screen in a second, but look out for the start in just under 15 minutes, please, people. So see you in a bit. Yes. Play has restarted. I'm just trying to find out what the overs are that it's being reduced to. What? No overs lost. Nah, what's this? No overs lost, like I don't have bed to go to. Nah, this is mad. I only came back on the screen because I assumed, okay, this will just be like, 15 overs, if that. I can go to bed. Long for me. Nah, that broke my vibes. So, people, New Zealand are 95 for 2. Let me just edit this. So, Jason Holder has another 4 balls left of the over. We're back with the restart. I cannot believe we've lost no overs. Obviously, it's because it started at 1 o'clock in Jamaica, but some of us it's nighttime, Anyways, we restart, and Kane Williamson immediately gets off the mark with a single. I don't know how we're going to go, people. I can't possibly. What time is this likely to finish? New Zealand have 8 overs left. 8 overs left. Maybe that might take them 40 minutes. 10:50, and then West Indies 10-minute turnaround. I might get to bed at 12:30 if I'm lucky. 12:30 if I'm lucky, people. Boy, they mash up my vibes for tonight. Anyways, fourth ball of Jason Holder's over, and they run through for a quick single. Who's back? Who's back? Javon is back. Michael's back. Sheldon's back. Cosme's about. Let me just go on Twitter and let people know that we're back in the live, you know? One second, people. Let me jump on Twitter and let people know. And another single. That's fine. We'll take that. Where are we? So, just quote tweet that we're back in the live. Oh, sorry. We're back in the watch along. Join us. West Indies versus New Zealand. Sorry, people. Right, and that one is out. Gone. Glenn Phillips gone. Hold the balls, the bouncer. Phillips doesn't get enough of that. And that's the third wicket straight after the restart. Phillips was trying to get on with it, but he can only scoop that one or spoon that one, whatever descriptive word you want to use. Does he glove it? Gloves it to the man on the perimeter. What's that? At Fine Gully or whatever it might be. And Phillips goes for 17. Wicket. So, yeah, Jason Holder strikes, and the rain break plays into West Indies' hands. As it tends to do when you have a long rain break, the batters take a while to readjust to what's expected. And yeah, key strike. 8 overs to go for New Zealand. The third wicket has gone. They've lost. They need to. Well, they've lost. I'm not saying Phillips was set, but they've lost another batter who got a start. Phillips had got to 17, and in comes Daryl Mitchell, who had a fantastic series against England with the bat. Abdullah, we're going to be as bad. We're going to be terrible in ODI cricket for as long as it takes people in the region, administrators, fans, in the media, as long as it takes them to accept and acknowledge that there is no quick fix. The minute people come to terms with the fact that there's no quick fix and that this is going to have to be a 3 or 4 year process, if not longer, to turn this around, is when we'll start to improve. But no one's got the patience for that in the Caribbean. Anyways, Hayden Walsh back into the attack to bowl out for his fourth over. What's going wrong on my screen? Yeah, Michael's right. Lots of matches going on, all being live streams. Women's under 19s playing US under 19s. They won yesterday to draw this to level the series 1-1. The A team are playing Bangladesh A. Last time I checked, it was 51-1. Colin Archbold with the wicket. There's the Rising Stars under 19 competition going on as well. So lots of cricket going on, lots to go and stream and find if you so choose. Anyways, Hayden Walsh, another single off the, what's that, his second, some wild field in there by Mayers. His second ball, so 2 singles off Hayden Walsh's first 2 balls of his 4th over. Yeah, I don't mind this from Hayden. What, if he can avoid a 6 or a 4, go under 30 in his 4 overs? Yeah, that's acceptable. That's acceptable work. Projected score at this moment in time is 162. I think that's under par. I think New Zealand should be trying to get to 180, but the rain break might have messed them up. Good delivery from Hayden Walsh. Williamson can only work that for a single. He moves to 19, not out from 17 balls. Sufyan Hussain has been rested for today's game. Yeah, Michael, I don't want to be harsh and say that I've written them off, but I've accepted that they're never going to be good, if that makes sense. And by good, I mean consistent. Mitchell gets down on one knee and paddles that behind, but Aldine Smith comes in off the boundary. Another single. So 4 balls from Hayden Walsh's 4th over and 4 singles. Good bowling from Hayden Walsh, keeping it tight after the rain break. Tell your friends to tell a friend to come in the live and join us in the CCP community. When's the next game? Am I going to do a live in the next game? I don't think I'm available, Is it Friday? Again, no run that. Oh, bad field in there, and it does sneak through. Should have been stopped. They get another single. Who was that on the perimeter? Was that Brooks? Bad fielding. Should have been stopped. Yeah, that's poor. That's rubbish fielding. So the next game is on Friday, people. I'm not doing a live stream for that Friday game, so I'll be able to rest my voice on Friday. Demo, I don't think I talked about the sponsor. So Fan Craze are some NFT thing. Don't ask me to explain, and that's another single. So 6 of Hayden Walsh's final over. He bowls out 4 overs, none for 29. Yeah, that's fair. I think that's fair dues. What, 7.6 basically for no wickets? That's good for Hayden Walsh. I think we'd accept that. Yes, Demo, it's some NFT thing, but I fully don't even understand what NFT is, so I can't even explain it to you. King Ping says looking to put £3,000 or dollars for West Indies to win the T20 World Cup. Are you insane? Win what? We might not even all make it out of the qualifying group, bro. I beg you, just hold on to your money. Don't do that to yourself, man. Come on, man. You must have money to waste. People, talk to Kingpin because I don't know what he's on. Sufyan says Dre Russ for T20 World Cup. We talk about that on an upcoming episode of West Indies on 99.94. So go and listen to that later this week, and you'll see what Santoki and I have to say about that. Yeah, Javid. So like people have told me they're pictures you can buy, but you can just teeth the pictures. So I don't understand. A man will put up a picture of a monkey and say, "Look at my NFT," and then I can just right click and teeth the same picture. I don't know what a man doing with this NFT thing. Right. Anyways, Holder back into the attack to bowl his 3rd over, 2 balls in, dot and a single, keeping it tight again from Jace. Now, this is interesting. If Jason is bowling his 3rd over now, who's bowling at the death? McCoy's got 3. Will they save Jason's last one for the... No, but then, no, that wouldn't work. McCoy's got 3, so someone other than Jason is going to have to bowl one at the death as well. What, Romario? Boy, it's going to have to be Romario Shepherd, Sunil says, let's hear your views on why you have so little format players. Example-wise, Roach only a red ball player. Good question. I spoke to Kemar Roach at a Surrey game last month, interviewed him, did a little 10-minute interview, and Kemar says that he still considers himself eligible for ODI selection, but he's not being selected. He says he's been pigeonholed as a red ball player. Don't know. I can't explain that to you. Michael, not stress myself. With good management, West Indies can be good. It's just whether we'll have it or not. Yeah, Michael, if they allow, obviously Skerritt standing down next year, and I assume Kishore Shallow will run to try and be like continuity Skerritt, full toss from Jason, but that's only put away for a single. 4 balls from Jason's 14th over, 3 runs off his offer. I would hope that Shallow gets it, which would give 4 years of Shallow, or hopefully 4 years of Shallow. That takes us to 2027. And I genuinely believe that Ricky Skerritt and Kishore Shallow have good ideas in terms of governance and administration of West Indies cricket. But if Shallow doesn't win when Skerritt stands down, I worry about what comes next. Because basically we'd go well bowled by Jason, slower ball. Williamson can't get to the pitch of it, dot. And I just worry that we'd then go 3 steps backwards again. Yeah, hold on a minute. Good point, Demo. Kingpin, if you've got 2,000, 3,000, whatever it is, I beg you drop me 10 pence. Go super chat and drop me 10 pence. Sufyan, it won't be on this channel. Search 99.94 DM on YouTube, and you'll see all the episodes we've done so far, West Indies on that. And Williamson tries to hook Holder for, well, I think he was trying to hook him for a 6. He didn't catch it. Mayers backpedals and just fails to grab it on the perimeter. I think Mayer should have taken that, but he just fails to grab it, and Williamson gets away with it. Yeah, Cosme. I think Evan's trying to prove a point by doing all of this Instagram stuff to try and prove I'm fit. I guess that's his way of trying to say this is West Indies' fault because I'm fit and they're not picking me. But you know what? All we want to know, Evan, is why didn't you take the fitness test? That's all we want to know. I don't want to see no fitness videos. Just explain why you didn't take the fitness test. All now we're waiting for the explanation. I need to update this score, you know. Let me update this score. So New Zealand are 100 and 106, is it? Is it 106? 109 for 3, 13, 14 overs. This is a really good comeback from West Indies after the rain break. New Zealand losing a bit of momentum here. One of Mitchell and Williamson will have to go, maybe not this over, but certainly when we get down to the last 15, one of them's going to have to start going. Anyways, Dean Smith back in for his third over, and Mitchell goes after him. Oh, Shimron nearly loses his foot in to give away a boundary. Better throw might have given a run out attempt. Anyways, 2 runs. Yes, indeed. Sorry, people, just trying to fix something here. Let me go to this. Yeah, Javon, obviously the South African League, the UAE League. So West Indies, interestingly enough, that ball is no run. Or is it? No, they run a quick single. They get away with man on the perimeter. Maybe should have reacted quicker. Anyways, that was a tap and run. They get a single. What was I going to say? West Indies play Pakistan in 3 T20s in January, which are going to clash directly with this UAE League and this South Africa League. I'm assuming that Cricket West Indies will. So I assume these players will be allowed to go and play for Cricket West Indies for those 3 games because it's like 3 back-to-back games. But then we travel to. This is the current plan, so not all of you will be aware of this. This is the current plan. In early February, we travel to Zimbabwe for a test series. Now that shouldn't technically impact on many players in this CSA UAE thing, but Jason Holder. In fact, no, it will impact because I've just seen some of them have signed up for South Africa. Jaden Seals, Alzari Joseph, Jason Holder, Carl Mayers. All of them have put their name forwards or have already been signed for this South Africa thing. So I know that we travel to Zimbabwe for a 2-match test series in February. So I want to know, it's a white ball. I want to know how that's working. So it'll be very, very interesting to see what happens there. Surely West Indies can't just name a B side and let these men just play their UAE thing or South Africa thing. I don't know, man. I don't know. I need to look into it properly because I don't know. I think that South Africa League is running through most of February, and then at the end of Feb, it's the South Africa West Indies. Oh, LBW. Surely, wait, what happened there? To get back on that, I thought that was a good LBW. Wait, are they reviewing that or not? Yeah, Puram reviews that. I think that's a good LBW show. Odean didn't look like he fancied it, but that ball in first viewing caught Mitchell on his back leg. The umpire's given it as leg by. I think this is out. Oh, okay. It might only be clipping the off stump. Oh, they didn't review it. Wait. Oh, I thought Puran had reviewed that. Am I mad? People ignore me. I thought Puran reviewed that. Evidently, he didn't. I swear Puran reviewed it. Anyways, it must have been going down. Going down. Hence, they didn't review it. Anyways, what am I saying? Neeks. Where's Neeks' comment? Here we are. Right. And Williamson goes after Oldine and he clears the boundary for a 6. That's the end of the 15th over. Oldine leaks 12 runs. That 6 really damaged his over. And New Zealand moved to 1-2-1 for 3. Right. The platform is set for the final 5. New Zealand are 1-2-1 for 3. They should be looking at a minimum over the last 5 overs, a minimum of 40 runs. Minimum. Bare minimum. So New Zealand should be looking at a bare minimum of 160 off their 20 overs. But I don't think 160 is enough on this. Well, sorry, it's West Indies. 160 probably is enough, but it shouldn't be enough on this ground. So I think New Zealand will still want 170 plus. But at the bare minimum from this foundation, they should be getting to 160. Yeah, Javon, when the player plays in the league, the board who loses the player is supposed to get some P's for those players. That's true. I'm not sure if it is 10%, but it's definitely something. Anyways, Romario Shepherd back into the attack to bowl the 16th. Right, okay, so has Pooran counted this properly? Obed McCoy has only bowled 1 over. After this over, there will only be 4 overs. Pooran's messed this up. No, he hasn't, no. Obed will bowl the 17th. No, he's messed this up. How many overs has Obed bowled? Has Obed bowled 2 or 3 or 2 or 1? I think he might have messed this up, Anyways, Romario just gets licked for a boundary from Williamson. Williamson's trying to... Williamson is starting to hit out now. Oh, McCoy's bowled 2. Williamson's starting to hit out now. So McCoy's got 2 left. There's 4 overs left after Romario's over. Jason's got 1. Oh, no. That means Romario's going to have to bowl it. Boy. Romario's going to have to bowl another one after this one. Anyway, so 2.2 overs. Sorry, 4 balls left of Romario's over. He's gone for 5 so far. See what he serves up now. Full toss. Rubbish delivery. And that's gone down the ground for 4. For Christ's sake. This guy, man. So Williamson gets 2 back-to-back 4s. That was a trash delivery from Romario. And he's now gone for 9 off the over. Whatever pressure there was is slowly being undone here. Right, here we go. 4th ball of Romario's over. Slow, what was that? Like a slower ball outside off stump, a bit slower ball bouncer, was it? Anyways, Williamson doesn't connect. It's a welcome dot. 2 more balls to go. If Romario can go for under 13 here, we might just have to accept it. So somehow Williamson, well, I know somehow he's licked Romario for 9. He's now on 38 of 27 balls after going at basically a runner ball. And that's another one cleared over the boundary. What's that, a 6 this time? It's a 6. Ah, boy. Romario has now gone for 15 runs with 1 more ball to go. Let me not even speak, because if I speak, I'll be in big trouble. How many times must I say that you can't have Romario and Oldine be in a team and ask both of them to nearly bowl their full allocation? I don't like, am I the only person who sees this? Like, I don't understand. Oh, anyways, in comes Romario again. And Kane takes a single to keep the strike for the next over. 16 off Romario's 3rd over. New Zealand 137 for 3. All of a sudden, New Zealand will be looking at 170 plus after that over. We'll need a wicket to slow this down. Romario is clearly a confidence player. He's a confidence player, but he never seems to have any confidence. It's so long. It's so long with Romario. So Jason's got one. Obed will bowl this 17th over now, surely. Yep. So Obed comes to bowl the 17th. Jason will bowl. No, that means someone's going to have to come back. It's going to have to be Romario. Surely not. Hold on. Does Odin have a no? Oh my God. One of Odin or Romario will have to bowl another over in the death. At this point, you might as well bring in Carl Mayers and say, you know what, Carl, you bowl this over. Orin, I think that shows you more about the standard of the CPL than anything else. But like I say, single to start off with Williamson off strike. That's not a bad thing. But Daryl Mitchell has got 6s and 4s up his locker. The projected score is currently 171. Anyways, Obed back in for his second ball of the over, and Mitchell clears him out of the ground. 6. I did say Mitchell would has got this in his locker, and it's looking long for us. New Zealand moved to 144 for 3. We've still got another 3 overs after this. All of a sudden now, I'm looking at will New Zealand get to 190? It's looking over long. We need a wicket. It looks like ever since Obed took that 60 run licks from India, he himself has lost a bit of confidence as well. His variations ain't working. All of a sudden, right? What can Obed do with his third ball? 7 off the over so far. 4 more balls to go. Will it be more licks? Good ball. Oh, has he got him? Has he nicked? Devon Thomas. Yeah, well, I don't know if that's a teeth out. Devon Thomas went up immediately. Mitchell is conferring with Kane Williamson. Will they review it? Has he already reviewed, or is Williamson going to tell him to walk? No, time was up. Nah, man, nah. He just said review when time was up. Anyways, apparently time wasn't up. And Daryl Mitchell does a review with like on the buzzer. Let's see if that was a teeth out from the umpire. I thought time was up. Javon, I thought time was up as well. I thought it already got to 0. I don't understand. But I've seen this before where they say that the on-field timer is different to what we see on the screen. Anyways, Obed bowls one. Cutter across Mitchell. Does Mitchell... He don't get anywhere near that. What on... If that's out, there must be the faintest of under edges to that. But based on that, I don't even see him hitting it. What is that? I mean, that's out. Because what else is the noise coming from? That looked like, in the first frame, it looked like the ball weren't even touching the bat, but there's an ultra edge from something. So you'll have to keep a decision. Which umpire is that? Is that Gustard? And Mitchell has to go. 144 for 4. Timely. Who comes in now? Satner probably, I'd imagine, to try and... Who's going to come in next? Satner can hit some lusty blows, you know. Anyways, 144 for 4. Crucial wicket from Obed. And it's going to be not Mitchell Satner. It's going to be... Who's this Don? I don't even know who this key... Oh, Jimmy Neesham. Okay, so Jimmy Neesham comes in. We know what he can do as well. This Kiwi batting lineup has got pure 6 hitters in it. Let me just have... Anyways, let me open up my yogurt, you know, because it's going to be a long night tonight, you know. Okay, yeah, let's redo that one as well. Right, okay, people. So 3, what's that? 2 more balls left of Obed's over. He's got a wicket. I'm eating my yogurt whilst I talk about this, because. Anyways, what happens with his fourth ball? And Nisham works it out onto the leg side. 1 run. 1-4-5 for 4. 2 more balls left of Obed's over. He's gone for 8 and a wicket so far. We'll have to take that. Remember, though, people, one of Odin or Romario has to bowl 1 more over. So licks are coming unless Puran says, you know what, Carl Mayers, I trust you to do it rather than them to. It's not Peppa Pig yogurt today. This one is what's this one? This one, what's this one called again? Activia. Unless you're in the UK, you don't know about Activia. Anyways, and again, Williamson dabs that one down. Another single. We'll take that. 1 more ball left of Obed's over. 1-4-6 for 4. Yeah, green label, Cosme. You know that one that helps you with your stomach, your digestive tract and all that. Gotta love up Activia, So, Obed comes in for his final ball of the over, and Nisham again works at the leg side. That'll be 1 run. So, good over from Obed, relatively speaking. 10 runs off it and a wicket. And New Zealand are 1-4-7 for 4 with 3 overs remaining. Who is going to bowl the licks over? Will they dare give it to Romario Shepherd? Holder's got 1 left, so you would think whoever's bowling the licks over probably has to bowl it now. And then Holder and no, wait. Yeah, whoever's bowling the licks over should bowl it now. I would give it to Carl Mayers personally, rather than Odin or Romario. Then Holder would bowl the 19th and McCoy would bowl the 20th. But let's see what happens. Who's getting it? Are they going to give it to Romario Shepherd or Odin Smith, or will they give it to Carl Mayers instead? Let's see. It's a difficult decision for Puram because all I can see is licks. Who's getting this over? Odin Smith, bowling the 18th over. Lord of mercy. First ball drilled down the ground, 1 run. Well bowled, Odin. So they give it to the Jamaican Odin Smith, and they said, you know what, Odin, summon up all your Jamaican power and try to not go for licks. So Romario Shepherd bowled 3 overs, none for 35. Odin Smith has bowled 3.1 overs, 2 for 29. That's good going for Odin, in fairness. Yeah, listen, this is why when people say sack Phil Simmons, Michael, Santoki and I were saying this in the episode today, which is now out. 1 second. Well, that's a wild delivery from Odin. He's going to have to bowl that one again. When people say like sack Phil Simmons, I'm like, okay, cool. But that means you then have to pay up his contract and then find money to pay for a new coach and give that new coach a 2-3 year contract. Where's all this money coming from? I don't understand. That's well bowled from Odin, in fairness. But the umpire didn't say wide, surely not. Yeah, that's not a wide. Williamson backed way to leg side, and Odin just bowled a good 5th stump bouncer line. Williamson couldn't reach it. So far, Odin's bowled 1 wide dot. This is good. I mean, I guess they kind of do, but they don't because we're just on their podcast. So hold on. Williamson connects with that, and that is a magnificent catch from Hayden Walsh Jr. That is magnificent. Listen, I need to see that in slow-mo because that is truly outstanding. He must have taken that mere inches off the ground to the point where Williamson should be saying, I want to see that checked again. People, if you're near a TV, you have to go watch that catch. Let me see this one in slow-mo. I thought Williamson connected with it. It's just dying inside the boundary. Okay. it's still good. It's not as brilliant in slow mo, but it's still an excellent catch. Riding the boundary. I thought Hayden had taken that inches off the ground, but no, it's because Hayden's so good in the field. He makes catches like that look simplistic, but that was a really difficult catch. All of a sudden now, Odean Smith now has 3 wickets. All of them have come off wild deliveries, you know. If you look have seen the 3 wickets that Odean's taken today, every single one of them has been a wild delivery that should have been licked down. But thanks to Shimron took a supreme catch to get rid of was it Guptill? Devon Thomas took a supreme catch to get rid of Conway, and now Hayden Walsh has taken a supreme catch to get rid of Williamson. All of Odean Smith. So now it's going to look like Odean Smith's got 3 for 30. But trust me, people, when I say every delivery was a wild man delivery. So cricket's a funny game in that sense. Anyways, it'll give Odean confidence, and that's the main thing. And this is why, again, I think can't remember which episode it was. This is why, again, when Santoki and I did it, I put the question to Santoki. We both discussed it. And both of us said, if you have to pick Odean or Romario, who you're taking, and both of us said we'd take Odean before we take Romario Shepherd. So I don't know if that's more a sign of how badly Romario has fallen off, or if that means that Odean's got the higher ceiling. I don't know. Anyways, Odean has bowled a really good over here. 1 wide, dot wide, 1-1. He's got one more ball. Let's hope he doesn't ruin it with a 6 or a 4. 3 for 32 from Odean's work today. Yeah, Michael. So people will say, well, how did West Indies take licks from Bangladesh? Well, I'm fairly certain Zimbabwe. I'm fairly certain. And again, he closed out the over. Dot ball. You know what? Let's give Odean Smith his props. 4 overs off that 18th. 4 overs. 4 runs off that 18th over. 3 for 32 from 4 today for Odean. Hit those. You have to respect it. You have to respect it, and it puts even more pressure now on Romario Shepherd to keep his place in this team. That's Odean's best T20 international figures, 3 for 32 from 4. Well done to Odean Smith. But yeah, Michael, what that more tells me is why did West Indies prepare a wicket that played directly into Bangladesh's hands? Then Zimbabwe didn't. They didn't serve up pitches that spun more than they do in Dhaka. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, Frank, we kind of have to bust up laughing here. Listen, ultimately though, Frank, in T20 cricket, the wickets are more important than the economy rate. Odean Smith is never going to go for anything less than 7.5. I think we kind of have to accept that. In the same way how Andre Russell isn't. So you have to take the 3 wickets and be like, you know what, Odean, well done. Beggars can't be choosers, you know. We just have to take the 3 wickets and say God is good. So who's back now? McCoy to bowl out. I missed the first 2 balls. He's gone for 2 and 1. And New Zealand are 154 for 5. They should still get to 180 from here, or at least 170. The last over will go to Jason Holder. So 154 for 5. 2 new batters at the crease. Neesham tries to connect with that McCoy slower ball. Doesn't find anything. 2-1 dot. With 3 balls left to go of the 19th over. Javid, I don't Wait, not Javid. Who said it? No, Orin. I don't think it's inconsistent bounce. I think this is just Obed's variation. Anyways, and again, slower ball, cutter into the pitch. Nisham can't read it. Dot. 2 more balls to go of the 19th over. Obed's bowling into the pitch and using conditions well here. A bit more confidence coming back to him after taking that. Was it Daryl Mitchell's wicket? If you look at Oldeen's hand position as he's delivering the ball, Nisham connects with that one, but that looked like an inside edge. Is he out? Nope. He's, I don't even know what you say to that. I need to see it again. It looks like he's inside edged it and it's a 6. Or did he actually connect fully with it? And you see that in slow motion. Yeah, no, he did. That ball went nowhere near where he expected it to go. It's gone back over the keeper's head for a 6, but that wasn't intended. It happens like that in 2020 cricket. New Zealand up to 160. No, I don't think that's a wide. That's a wide. Oldie will have to re-bowl that one. One more ball of the 19th over. And that's 1 run. So Obed ends his day's work. 11 off that over. The 6 spoilt it. 1 for 39 of 4 overs. And New Zealand are 163 for 5 with 1 more over to go. Just to remind people that the last T20 international at Sabina, 190 was the score made. So 163 for 5, like is to be expected. Remember, at the end of the power play, New Zealand were 52 without loss. And for those of you who were with me at the time of the power play, I said that New Zealand should be aiming for 170, 180 minimum. They should, I presume, from here. New Zealand will be wanting to get to 175 minimum in this final over. So 13 off it. They could get more. It all depends on what Jason serves up here. I'd like Jason to try and keep this under 8, but you kind of sense Nisham's going to hit a 6 or Satna. Wide ball. Will he have to reload that? Yes, he will. So 1 already, no balls bowled. So Jason has to reload. Let's see what he's got. 1 for 20 so far of his 3 overs. Can Jason close this over out? Uh-oh. If Oran's put for FFS, that means this ball's about to go for 6, right? Which is what I thought would happen in this over. And it has done. Nisham clears the ground. That's the first 6 of this over. Jason tries to go wide of the off stump. Nisham connects. Gone out the ground. 169 for 5. So 180 is now well within New Zealand's sights. At this stage, Jason needs to get a wicket. He needs to hope that Nisham skews one. That's rubbish from Jason. That's trash. That's a full toss. Would have been a wide if Nisham hadn't connected to it. Look at this. And an overthrow, right? Did they run the overthrow? No. Full toss. 2 runs out to the man in the deep. Arguably, if Jason hadn't bowled it so wide, probably would have been a 6 or a 4. That's how rubbish the delivery was. 8 off it. 4 more balls. 8 off the over. 4 more balls to go. See what Jason throws up for his 3rd delivery of the over. Again, goes wide. Nisham drags it and What just happened there? Who dropped? Was that Romario? You. So Jason balled a slower ball cutter, and Romario. Sometimes I just don't have no words, you know. No words. And of course, Nisham then punishes the next ball 4 runs. So this over has gone wide 6, 2, drop 4, and obviously a 2 for the drop as well. So New Zealand are definitely now looking at, can they even get up? They might get up to 190 now. What's the score? Is it 178 or something? 177 for 5. 15 runs off the over with 2 more balls to go. West Indies ain't chasing this. We'd have, someone's going to have to play a magnificent innings for us to chase this. And again, Jason goes wide, and it's another 4. Make that 181 for 5. 19 runs off the over with 1 more ball to go. This over here has just won the match for New Zealand. Whatever we now do in the field, this over has finished us. I mean, with the bat, sorry. I think this over has finished us. Are we realistically going to chase over 180? Very unlikely. And again, Holder goes the same place, same wide off stump. Nisham fetches it again. 23 runs off the final over. I've got a question, Jason, there, because he bowled. Look at Puran's face. Puran knows the game's done. 185 for 5. Jason bowled every single ball in the exact same position, and Nisham just fetched every single ball. 23 runs off the over. Neeks, you're right. It was great shots, but he'd already bowled it there. Like, if you see somebody play that shot, why are you gonna bowl that same wide, slower ball? Like, Nisham's obviously in the groove. You have to. In that final over, how many Yorkers were bowled? I saw none. Game's over, man. 185 for 5 off 20 overs. How are we bowling a final over without not even 1 Yorker? People, you see, do you know what? I'm glad that kind of happened, right? Because that was further evidence to the point I always make that people go on and on about our batting, but unless West Indies make 200, that our bowling ain't really saving no one. Sorry, I'm just sending a message to someone. Now, I might be a cricket simpleton, right? But you're bowling at the death. I'm not just talking about Holder. You could actually look at the last 2 overs. No one bowled 1 Yorker. Do you mean to tell me listen? I said it a few games ago. We didn't know what we had with Dwayne Bravo, you know, where we could take for granted that somebody knew how to bowl at the death. We're going to get finished in Australia. People out here really focusing on the batting, and time again with the ball, we show that we can't actually bowl. Our bowlers can't defend a score. Santoki and I've been saying this for a while. In fact, who if anyone listened to our last episode of 99.94, we spoke about we don't have who listened to it, that episode where I spoke about the fact that at the most with West Indies, you're guaranteeing maybe 12 overs that might be good, and you're basically praying that the last 8 aren't licks. you know, with this West Indies bowling attack that there's a bare minimum 4 overs are going for absolute licks. And if you're unlucky, 8 overs are going for licks. Today we had the 4 overs of licks. We might even had more than 4 overs of licks. And you can't win. You can't win any T20 matches when you know that basically 4 overs we are going to bowl lickable balls. This is a 190 pitch, in fairness, but given where New Zealand were at, you're not supposed to be getting 23 off the final over. Anyways, we rally though, because you never know, something might happen. So we have to rally said same way. People, 1 second. I'm going to just come off the screen ever so slightly. Stay in the chat. I'm coming. Bear with me. So what? Is it like a 10-minute turnaround? So bear with me. We're back. We're back. Carl Mayers, Shamar Brooks. West Indies trying to chase down 186. It's long. If these men are going to lose today, they just need to hurry up and lose quickly so I can go to bed. Brooks nearly gave away a caught and bowled opportunity there, but he gets off the mark. What's that? Was that 4 runs or was that 2? 2 runs. Bam. We got Trent Bolt, Tim Salvey, Lockie Ferguson. This before we even get to Satna, Ish Soldi, and them men. Long for us. But you never know. You never know, people. We have to rally. We have to. Obviously, there'll be a cuss out if and when we lose. Nobody will focus on what the cuss out should actually be about. There will be a cuss out. Anyways, Brooks plays that through the covers for a nice boundary. West Indies moved to 7 without loss after 0.3 overs. You never know, people. Maybe we can chase this. I've got nothing to base this on other than hope. So people just replying to someone. Again, Brooks plays that one delightfully off his leg. You know that Brooks is a touch player. That also goes to the boundary. That's the end of the over. West Indies are 12 without loss. There were opportunities. Is that what was it? 11 without loss. Oh, no, there's one more ball of the over. Sorry. Sorry, I thought that was the end of the over. Bolt is searching for that. That was nearly caught as well. So Brooks has nearly offered up a caught and bowled opportunity. Now he plays one through the covers, which should have been. No. I don't know if it should have been caught, but it was definitely an opportunity. And yeah, that's the end of the over. So 11 without loss. But the thing is, even though Brooks served at some opportunities there, I'd rather him get some boundaries with some high risk shots than just hang around doing a runner ball. Like there's nothing when you're chasing 186, sorry, there's nothing to be gained with a runner ball start. Like do what you're doing and do it quick. So if you're getting out, get out quick. If you're making runs, make them quick. But none of this kind of 10 off 10. That ain't helping no one in the power play. So Brooks starts with 10 off 4 balls, fine. I'll accept that. So Bolt was searching for his familiar in-swinging Yorkers at the beginning. Not much swing on offer here, but let's see what Southey can do. I feel like these two have been bowling my whole life watching cricket. Southey and Bolt. That's a wild ball down the leg side. That's a wide. You'll have to reload that. Sheldon, every single West Indies game is winnable, but we're masters of losing them. Did I reply to that? Oh my God. Anyways, so Saudi back in now. That's a much better line. Mayers defends that back down the pitch. Rather ungainly defensive shot, though. Or was it a forward punch? Back punch, I should say. Get rid of that. Oh, again, Saudi searching for that. Searching for that in swing, and that will go for a leg by. Oh, here they come. Can I get through to the end of this match? Or will I just say, you know what, forget this and go to bed? So I'll be back in again. And Brooks punches that through the covers for 1 run. The West Indies moved to 14 without loss. There we go. That's the first one. Yep. The in-swing in Yorker. Mayers is all at sea. 14 for 1. Bolt and Southey, you know what's coming. They're going to get you with the in-swing. Now, Mayers has reviewed it. Does he think he's gone inside edge on it? I don't know what he's reviewing. The only way he could be reviewing this is if he thinks that he's got an edge on it, because that Salvi didn't even turn round to appeal. He just ran straight with his arms in the air. That's how plumb it was. So let's see what on earth Mayers is reviewing. Maybe he did get an inside edge. Oh, hold on. Now, there's no inside edge, but has Brooks... No, because that's plumb. That's going to hit leg stump. Or is there too much swing on it? Right, there's no inside edge on it. So now it's gone through and hit the back pad. It's not gonna be an issue on height. So has Brooks told Mayers that's going down leg side? I mean, where the ball strikes him, you can see how it might go down leg, but it's gonna clip the bell, right? Or it'll be umpire's call at worst. Oh, hold on. Yeah, see, umpire's call. Umpire's call. And I think that's fair. I would have given it out. So that's the first wicket. West Indies 14 for 1, and so it begins. So who comes now? It can't be Devon Thomas, surely. You're not going to ask, but surely it can't. It's got to be like Oldene Smith or something. You can't. There is no way on earth. There's no way on earth you can send Devon Thomas in now. Will they want a left-hander? Surely you don't send Puran or Hetmeyer in this early either. You have to send that. If it's a left-hander, they'll send Puran, but will they want Puran in at 1.3 overs? Or do you send in someone like Oldene Smith, because you have to maximize the power play? Who is it? It's Puran. So they've gone for a left-handed option. I'm sure Puran doesn't want to be coming in after 1.4 overs, but it is what it is. Thank you for the super chat, Vitamin. Although now I've put it up, it looks like you said the wrong thing. The opening start was 14 runs of a success. Yeah, that's outrageous swing there, from Saudi. This is where, although I think it was plumb, this is where I think umpire's call will always be controversial, because looking at that on replay now, you could see why Brooks would say, no, that's swinging past leg. But whatever, it is what it is. Sorry, and Vitamin, yes, thank you for the congrats on 99.94. Let's keep that movement going and watch it grow, Right, so Southey to another left-hander, and nothing will change here. He'll be trying to get another in-swinger. to trap Puran on his pads. I always think Puran's a bit susceptible to pace early doors, you know. And he does go for the swing. Puran manages to punch that down the ground. It was 2-4 from Saudi, and it's another 4. I say another 4. It's the first 4 of Saudi's over. And is that the end of the over? Yeah, that's the end of the second over. West Indies are 18 for 1. So in terms of the rate, that's fine. No concerns just yet. But you kind of sense that West Indies will lose wickets at regular intervals here. Who is this Leo Polden boy? Just chatting bare foolishness. He's saying, will you win your bet? You bet on New Zealand. Yeah, you should do, but we can't guarantee nothing. West Indies are so unpredictable, anything could happen. But yes, if you ask me, yes, that's what should happen. Anyways, Bolt back into the over, into the attack, sorry. Brooks can't do anything with the first 2 balls of Bolt's second over. We remain 18 for 1 after 2.2 overs. See what Brooks can do with the third ball of the over. And it's a bouncer. It's another dot, 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 dot. This is the power play, you know. Fam. I want to go to my bed, fam. This time full, and it's a single. $19 for 1 of 2.4 overs. A few more people have come into the ground since this morning. Not a lot, but more than there was this morning. Yeah, vitamin. I remember, man. I'm mad tired out here already. One run off this over from Trent Bolt. One more ball to go. The only good thing about T20 is Bolt can only bowl 4 overs. But by then, the game might already be gone. And that's played off his pad. Puran snatches a single. Will keep the strike. 2 runs off the over. West Indies 24 off 3. I didn't even know we were going to have a sponsor for this New Zealand series, so it's news to me. I can't tell you nothing. And what's weird to me is that how did we get a sponsor for the New Zealand series, which isn't financially viable, but we didn't have one for India? So that's a bit weird to me. But yeah, I know. I'll find out. I'll do some digging. Drew, as usual, Charles, Canard, all of it will always come down to fitness tests, and things like that. We don't know the story. And also, if they were going to pick Canard Lewis, when was the last time you saw Canard Lewis play cricket? So you're asking them to just pick Canard Lewis randomly out the blue. Right. So Puran, that's a flat 6. He takes on Southey. After that dead over, where only 2 runs came off it, Southey comes back into the attack and Puran takes him for a 6. First ball of the 4th over. That was just a nothing length ball from Southey and got the treatment it deserved. The next one is bowled on Puran's legs. Puran latches onto that, just clears the man at gully, and that's a 4. Orin, no, not that I know of. Not that I know of, but Deandra's already got a deal with Adelaide something or other. Can't remember their names. So obviously Deandra now wants to go make her money. So anyways, Puran's up to 14 off 6. The problem is, will Puran now rein himself in and say, you know what, I've got 10 off the first 2 balls of Tim Southey's over. I don't need to keep hitting 4s and 6s. Don't get me wrong. If it's there to be hit, it's there to be hit. But sometimes with Puran, he doesn't rein himself in. Let's see what he does with the 3rd ball. And he dabs that down the pitch for a single quick run, treats it with the respect it deserves. So 11 off the over so far. Shamar Brooks back on strike. Puran putting some early impetus into the power play. What, Kurt's cut the whole team, yeah? Anyways, let me not speak. Southey back into attack for the 4th ball of the over, and Brooks latches onto that, beats the man at cover for a single. No, they run 2. That's well run as well. There was 2 runs in that, and that's 13 off the over. 2 more to go. Southey's over. West Indies move to 33 for 1. Now Brooks has taken Salvi on, and that's gone into the car park at Sabina. It's another 6. Salvi is getting licked down in this 4th over. He's now gone for 19 runs. There's 1 more ball left of this over. Brooks moves to 20 off 12. Now, 1 more ball left of this over. Will they just respect it? Or will they get giddy with the 19 runs that they've already taken off this 4th over? Oh, that's well bowled. Leaves Brooks, but it's a dot. But we'll take that. 19 runs off the over. West Indies 39 for 1 off 4 overs. Big over after only taking Bolt for 2. It'll be interesting to see what they do with Bolt now. He's already bowled 2. Will they go back to him for a 3rd? And only leave him with 1 possible over at the death? Javid, they probably wanted a left-hander. I'm sure Puran, if pressed, would say that he wouldn't want to go in in the second over of any match, and they do pull Bolt out of the attack, it is Mitch Santner, which is what I thought would happen. Santner has always historically bowled well in CPL. He's another player very familiar with Caribbean conditions by courtesy of the CPL, so this will be nothing new for him. He's got the left-handed Pooran to bowl to, though, so let's see if Pooran takes Santner on as a matchup this early in the game. I expect Santner to clean Brooks up, but it's going to be very interesting to see how Pooran decides to play him. Pooran is very much somebody who feels that spin is his matchup, and Pooran is seen in the IPL and other franchise leagues as a great spin hitter, but we'll see. First ball, and he's going to be out. See what I mean? Completely didn't time it, giving it away. That was a nothing ball, complete nothing ball. Pooran's not timed it properly, and the wicket's gone. This is why sometimes when you say things like "this is your matchup," like it's a rank delivery. It's there to be put away. Pooran hasn't timed it properly. He just hasn't timed it properly. But he's given it away. He goes for 15 off 8 balls. Do they send in Hetmeyer? No, it's Devon Thomas. So there's the second wicket. I think sometimes with Pooran, he feels that he's got to take on the matchup. And I mean, if he was faced with that situation again, I'd expect Pooran to take on the matchup. But that was just poor execution. Now, Sachin, no, I don't say I was bigging him up. I said just before he got out, I said he will see this as his matchup. And then I said, but sometimes people think that this is their matchup, and actually it doesn't go to plan. No, I've got no issue with this. Why would you, as much as I would have brought in Hetmeyer now, do you also want Hetmeyer to give it away inside the power play? You lose 3 wickets in the power play, the game's basically over. So now they're going to be saying to themselves, right, bring Devon Thomas in and let's try and set a foundation for Hetmeyer. I do not believe they want to go Pooran 3, Hetmeyer 4. Remember, it's also about situations and overs. Do they want Hetmeyer coming in at 4.2 overs? They wouldn't have even wanted Pooran coming in at 1.3 overs. Javon, rather than say why send Thomas, why not send Thomas? Sometimes the answer to the question is to look at the... Yeah, that's in. So sometimes the answer to the question is to look at the inverse. If you don't send Thomas now, when are you sending Thomas? So to me, there's logic in this. You're trying to now set the match up for Hetmeyer, for Powell. If Hetmeyer came in and Hetmeyer gets out, then what are you doing? You're sending Thomas anyway. Do you know what I mean? So I get the logic. So anyways, West Indies are 40 something. I don't know. I missed the score. 41 for 2 after 5 overs. So Kurt, so Pooran's to be dropped as captain already, yeah? Let me not even bother, man. I forgot about Lockie Ferguson. Oh, that should be out. Yep. Thomas goes. Lockie Ferguson comes in first ball. Thomas gone. So people, you got your wish. You said why send in Thomas? Well, he's gone. He's gone for one run. So now you can have Hetmeyer, and the same thing's going to happen. He's going to get out as well, and the game's going to be done. So Lockie Ferguson does what Lockie Ferguson does. The good news is I'm going to be able to go to bed very soon. So Thomas was basically undone by pace, which is obviously Lockie Ferguson's game. And he basically, what does he do? Just scoops that to the man at point, backward point. And that is one. And it is Hetmeyer. So the people who want Hetmeyer, you get your wish now. So if and when Hetmeyer gets out, then what's the point? What's the point? Like, there's no point in saying this player gives it away, that player gives it away. They all give it away. There is no good player. There is no good player. They all do the same thing. Like, I get it. Some of you want to believe that some of these players are like really, really good, but they're just like, they're average. Some are below average and some of them are average. The only thing that these guys are consistent in is being inconsistent. So that's why you don't hear me sing anybody's praises, because none of them are actually consistently good. And if we're all being honest and like stop looking at it through whatever particular bias lens we may or may not have, we'd all agree none of them are actually good. Good means you can consistently perform. None of our players consistently perform. They turn up maybe 1 in every 5 games, if you're lucky. This is why when people talk to me about get rid of Phil and this, that, and the other, I'm like, cool, but nothing's going to change. Nothing's going to change. Like, when we play the top teams, this is the normal settings. The difference between me and other people is that I came to terms with it a long, long time ago. When other people are just cussing about it, it's because you haven't come to terms with what we are. So this lot can't get me emotional. And I think it's worth me just saying, Lockie comes in for his third ball again. Oh, is he run out? No. So far, Lockie Ferguson's 3 balls are wicket ... So yeah, for me, like, because what's going to happen is we're going to go to the World Cup and everyone's going to cuss, irrespective of what, we're not going to win the World Cup. So first things first, everyone get that in their head. We're not winning the World Cup. We're not even making the semi-finals of the World Cup, and we don't deserve to. We're not good enough to. That's nothing to do with Phil Simmons. We're not good enough to, right? So having accepted that we're not getting the final, we're not getting to the semi-finals, we might not even make, like, I think success at this year's World Cup is getting out of the group with Ireland, Scotland, and Zimbabwe, and then winning 2 games out of 5 in the group stages. Anybody else who thinks that that's not success, I would say you're not being realistic about the quality of this side. The big side that went to last year's World Cup, who were too old for the competition, won 1 game. So success for this group would be winning 2 games. What's more likely? They might win 1. They might win none if they even get out of the group stages. And to me, I'm like, well, yeah, because we'll look at the squad. I don't know why people find it so hard to accept that we're just average, below average, I should say. Anyways, I'm still here rallying though. Ferguson has given no runs off the bat so far. Wicket ... leg by. And now a run. Hetmeyer squeezes one off the outside edge down to the man at the boundary for a single. What I find funny, Cosme, is that the players who are playing in this team now are all the players that everybody said should go to last year's World Cup. So when everybody was cussing out the golden oldies, is that out? It was a white ball, maybe. It's a white ball. Lockie will have to reload that. So when everyone was cussing out the golden oldies who went to last year's World Cup, everyone's going, Romario needs to be in the squad. Oldie needs to be in the squad. And thank God, I've still got the recorded videos I did when the World Cup squad was selected. You can still find it on the Caribbean Cricket Podcast YouTube channel, where I said none of those players are ready for the World Cup. And I said that I understood the justification of why we went for experience in that World Cup when none of those players were actually ready to. I think that's wide again from Lockie. I said that why would you take players who don't have any experience? Why would you introduce them to a World Cup as their first proper time to get full T20 experience? I said, no way should we be taking Odin. No way should we be taking Romario Shepherd and all of them, man. Anyways, now, all of those T20 legends have all gone. Some refusing to play or some are unavailable. Most have retired, right? We've now got the people that lots of people said should have gone to the World Cup. And we're no good. But anyone with sense could have seen then when, of course, we're not going to be any good because those players weren't good enough to get into the World Cup squad in the first place. Is that out? Was that drop short or something? Anyways, Brooks nearly gets out there. Looks like it dropped short of ish solely. I don't know what happened there. Did it just drop short? Quincy, what does better mean? What does better mean to you? Because better means winning 2 games out of 5. And they may do. They may do. But let me tell you something. If this team wins 2 games out of 5 and returns back to the Caribbean, everyone's going to cuss them and say they weren't good enough. So it depends what you think is better. Anyways, that's the end of the power play. West Indies are 45 for 3. You lose 3 wickets in the power play. 90% of the time, you're going to lose the match. So all things being right, West Indies have already lost this game. But it's worth pointing out that at the end of the power play, New Zealand were 52 for none. So the runs bracket is 7 runs, but the wickets bracket is the key. West Indies have already lost 3. As Phil said at the end of the India series, we lose too many wickets. We lose too many wickets and too many clumps. And therefore, we can't keep up with the run rate because we lose too many wickets. The run rate, by the way, is currently 10 already after 6 overs. Quincy, that's progress to me. But what I said to you was, do you believe people in the Caribbean will see it as progress if they go to the World Cup, win 2 games out of 5 and come home? Do you genuinely think people in the Caribbean will see that as progress? Or do you think they'll cuss out the squad and Phil Simmons, obviously, and say, we're no good? Because I know what's going to happen. And that's out. Oh, lucky. Anyways, so Satner back into the attack, and there's 3 runs off 3 balls so far. I hope they do, yo, but you're just basing that on hope. Anyways, maybe Hetmai can put something together here because he had a good. Wait a minute, what's he done here? See what I mean? I'm going to bed, you know. Now, yo, you remember you said Hetmai's got to come in? People, everybody rewind the stream. Rewind the stream to what I said 10 minutes ago. Did I not just say to you when Hetmai came out, he's going to do the exact same thing as Puran. People, go back 10, 15 minutes. Did I not say that? I said, stop bigging these players up. They all do the same thing. Stop bigging them up. None of them are better than anybody else. They all get out the same kind of way. It's all too easy. This is why when I see people bigging different players up from different regions, I'm like, but they're all the same. They're all the same. Puran's dismissal and Hetmeyer's dismissal were just as ridiculous as each other. Neither one of them is better than the other. That if I talk. And I'm going to have a go at Nicholas and Hetmeyer, and I like both of them as batters. But the stage of where cricket is at for those two, they have had enough international experience whereby both of those two are supposed to be leading this squad, leading them. Forget captaincy, forget all that, leading this squad, right? They played, Puran and Hetmeyer played with the GOATs of our game, right? They came up with them. It's not like Mayers and King and let's just call Brooks' name, and Devon Thomas, and none of these men played with the GOATs. Puran and Hetmeyer played with the GOATs and were brought up playing with the GOATs. They have got to a point of their career now where the rest of the squad are supposed to be looking at them as the GOATs. These guys ain't the GOATs. The way West Indian people talk about them, you'd think they're the GOATs. They ain't the GOATs. They don't put in GOAT performances. They fire one in every 5 games or so. And I still like them. I'm not saying that I don't rate them. I still like them, and I still think they are highly talented players. But given their international experience, both of them should be regular match winners for the West Indies. But both of them play like they're still little man in this international thing. Like they both play like they're waiting for a more experienced Don to come through and win the game for them. But there's no experience out here. There's no experience. They're supposed to be the experience. Check the numbers. Check the numbers of how many international games those two have played. They've played more than pretty much everybody else in that squad other than Holder. But they don't play with the sensibility that suggests that they're experienced in this international thing. People, I'm done. I'm done out here. And Fireball's right. You got the uncles fighting over these two like they're doing greatness things, and yet I could find any match over the last year where they both just do foolishness like this on a regular, you know. Anyways, whatever. It is what it is. You lot keep telling yourself that West Indies are going to win 3 out of 5 games at the World Cup. Brooks, however, clears the boundary for a 6 there. People cussing out Brooks, but at least Brooks is still there. He's on 30 of 24. So cuss Brooks, yes, but at least he's still there. What? Nah. What? Nah, that weren't out. What on earth? What's the umpire giving that out for? What's the umpire seeing that I'm not seeing? Now, what on earth was the umpire giving that for? Umpire must have heard that I want to go to my bed, so said, you know what, Mash, let me just call this one out so you can hurry up and go about your business. Because that can't be out. Surely not. That can't be out. What's the umpire seeing? Gustard needs to be. He needs to lose his umpire license. What on earth was that? Wait a minute. Wait, did I just? Wait, what? I thought I just. Do you know what? I thought Brooks was just out, and I was seeing him walk off. Anyways, people, it's 57 for 4. Now, Vitamin West Indies umpires are more consistent. Although, in fairness, do you know what? I was saying the other day that Joel Wilson has actually improved. He's getting less decisions wrong these days. So let me big up Joel Wilson. Orin, yeah, thank you. Which pod though? The 99.94 one. I'm so disappointed with Hetmar and Pura, man. I'm not vexed. I'm just disappointed, man. Like Phil's gonna lose his job. Phil Simmons is gonna lose his job, and for some of you might say good, like he deserves to lose his job. Okay, cool. But the reason why I'm disappointed is because these players don't help him. And some of you will say, but it's the coach's job to improve the players. And yeah, okay, yeah, I hear that. But I don't know. I'd love to know where you lot stand on this. So many of these shots that these players do are so... Like, you see what Purin and Hetmar did say? Like, we see this too regular. Now, my take on it is that's not the coach's fault. At some point, you have to wonder, are the players coachable? So for those of you who are like Manchester United fans, you know how like Manchester United, like the club is just sick. Like the rot is deep for Manchester United right now. So now they're on to their sixth coach since Alex Ferguson, trying to clear out the rot. But man like Maguire is still there. Man like Phil Jones, like these men are useless, and people acknowledge that these men aren't any good. And you can bring in this coach, you can bring in the next coach, but these men are still going to be dead up. I kind of feel like that's where it is at West Indies. Sometimes you have to have a set of players sometimes you have a set of players where it's like, no, that like the coach can't take these men any further. And yes, you can bring in the next man, but the rot is so deep that could a next man really do anything? Like I don't know where you lot I don't know where you lot stand on it. And Phil must be held accountable because he's the head coach at the end of the day, and someone's got to be held accountable. But I've just seen these players do this so many times, and I'm talking about the new blood. Forget the Pollards and all them, man. They won stuff for us. They won 2 World Cups. We can't even cuss them man out here because they won 2 World Cups. I'm talking about this new crop, this new blood. They do this stuff way too regular, way too often. And I've had some people like private message me and say, but that's because Phil can't coach it out of them. But at what point do you decide, no, the coach can't coach it out of them because the players are the problem? Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. Anyways, West Indies are 60 for 4 off 9 overs. We might bat out the 20, but we ain't going to get anywhere close to 186. I'm trying to... Yes, sorry, Orin, I didn't realize that you'd seen it. Yeah, so people, I actually do my own personal podcast. I've been planning it in the background for most of 2022. Holder hoiks that one into the offside, leg side, sorry, for one. I've been I've been doing like working on that in the background, getting it ready to launch, blah blah blah, etc. Anyways, the first episode of it came out today, and it's with an author who's I'd say he's a famous author, but he's a friend of mine, Musa Okwonga, I should say, and he hosts the Stadio podcast on Ringer FC. An author of lots and lots of very good books. A musician as well. So yeah, that podcast came out today. So I'll be doing some work on that over the next few months as well. That's not about cricket. That's other life stuff, you know. Yeah, Cosme, that's a very good point. That's my issue. So when people forced Pollard out, I think that was one of the biggest mistakes we made in West Indies cricket. The reason why is there are times when you see Pooran looking around the field and he don't have no one to talk to. Who can help Pooran out on that field right now? Who actually can help Pooran? So when the man are bowling foolishness, you knew with Pollard that even if we were going to lose, Pollard could go and drapes up a man and say, nah, man, that's not the plan we're bowling to. And Pollard's making it clear through his facial, making it clear through his body language. This ain't the plan. I'm not happy with this. Pooran can't do that to these men. You know, or he's not grown into being able to do that. And the best thing about Pollard is when the bowlers weren't bowling to plan, Pollard just took the ball and said, I'm going to show you, man, the plan that you're supposed to be bowling to. When people wanted to dash Pollard out the team, I was more just thinking about, okay, cool, but you lot are forgetting the leadership. That's a good shot from Jason for 4. You lot are forgetting the leadership element Pollard brings to this. Pooran hasn't grown into that yet. And there's just times when I'm like, boy, I feel sorry for Nicholas. He lost out there. He can't even turn to a next man to help him. So, boy, it's difficult. Yeah, Sumit, the only reason I'm doing all of this at the moment, don't worry, in approximately 20 days, 21 days, I'll be back to work. Remember, I'm a teacher, so I'm currently on summer holidays. So all of this content that you lot are seeing, so like The Game is the Game, my new solo podcast, West Indies on 99.9 for Caribbean Cricket Podcast. Oh, that reminds you, people, this Friday we're recording the podcast with Graham West, Cricket West Indies head of academy or academy head coach. We're recording an episode with him this Friday as well, so look out for that. That's coming on Caribbean Cricket Podcast, so that should be out on Monday, I think. So look out for that episode as well. But yeah, when I'm back to work, Sumit, boy, I don't know what's going to happen. Faraz, I didn't do an India series review. I just couldn't find time to do it. I was busy on Monday and Tuesday, so. And like it got to today, and it's too late now to do the series review because I knew the New Zealand series was starting today. So it's like, what's the point in doing an India one? So what I'll probably end up doing is when the New Zealand one finishes, I'll do one of New Zealand and make reference to India as well. Faraz, I teach politics and history. Those are my subjects. Yeah, so the score, West Indies are 68 for 4. Off 10 overs. Now, they sent Jason and not Rovman because they must be hoping that Jason and Brooks can take this deep enough to allow Romario, Rovman, and Odean to basically hit out at the end. I think the game's over. There's no way we're making 120 odd runs in the last 10 overs. Like, this is basically impossible. But at some point now, one of Brooks and Holder's going to have to hit out. Walter, I'm coming to that point in a second because I agree with elements of it. So, Walter, I've long believed that there should be divisions in international cricket, and the sooner West Indies are relegated to Division 2 and learn how to win against Division 2 teams is how this team gets better. I've long thought that's why ball surely's got bowled that again. Or has he got away? No, he got away with the stop. So I've long thought, Walter, that there's nothing to be gained from West Indies taking constant licks against India. We know we can't compete against India. We can't compete against India A. We can't compete against India B. We might be able to compete against India C. So what are we gaining from that? Apart from taking their money, we're not gaining nothing from playing India. So to me, until we can learn to regularly beat Afghanistan, Ireland, Scotland, Netherlands, all of them, man, until we can learn how to beat those teams, we don't deserve to be playing anybody else. But when I say divisions via your format. So in Test cricket, in which we've recently improved, we might be in a higher division. Obviously, we'd lose and then get relegated, but we might deserve to be in a higher division. But you see, in ODIs and T20s, just dash us down to the championship or something like that, because we're wasting our time playing these better teams. We're just going there to twerk. We're just grinding on these teams, twerking on them, dancing on the pole to get some money and nothing else. Vitamin's right, of course. There's no money in it, but this is why I think what the ICC should do, because obviously we've got this. They're looking at how to make international cricket relevant with all of these leagues. What I would do is everyone pulls the fundings, asks the leagues to pull the funding as well, and then that way you pay for the Division 2, because obviously in Division 2, no one's making money out of that. No one wants to pay money to watch West Indies play Afghanistan on a regular. So simple. Priority after school opens, Summit. Bromley probably won. Good question. I need to think about that. I'll come back to you on that, Summit, because I don't know how I'm going to manage all of this stuff once school reopens again. I basically need to leave my job. Javon, I think it's gone past Brooks playing the match losing innings. I think the match was over a long time ago. He's just trying to make it go deep if he can, but he's not a T20 player, is he? But at least, I mean, at the end of the day, it's match losing in the context of T20, but then what would we prefer? At least he hasn't given his wicket away. I'd sooner cuss out the players that gave their wickets away than cuss out Brooks here. Anyways, Brooks is on 36 from 39, so it is a match losing one in the T20 context. But in the West Indies context, at least he's valuing his wicket, so to speak. Yeah, Brooks can't get any. Brooks can't. That over from Ferguson, dot wide, 1-1, dot, dot. Brooks couldn't get anything on that 36 or 40. So what's the score? West Indies are 71 for 4 from 11 overs. Just hurry up and finish this game so I can go about my business, man. Game should be over in half an hour, I hope. One of Brooks and Holder probably needs to get themselves out now. Obviously, are we really going to get 100 runs, 110 runs in 9 overs? The run rate required is 12.78. So one of these two need to get themselves out now, or hit out and get out. Now, Drew, if you're saying 32 for 3 in the last 9 overs is ridiculous, it is. But then we also lost 3 or 4 wickets in a clump, or was it 3 wickets in a clump? So, right, Holder's got himself out. No, it's just plugged in the field. Bat hand came off the bat, but just plugs in the field before Mitchell can take the catch. Holder probably would have rather have got out, but he survives. Yeah, Orin, Jared is a big proponent of that idea. So West Indies 72 for 4. Someone needs to hit out, and Brooks tries to hit out against Satner, doesn't get anywhere near the pitch of the ball, spins past his attempted sweep or slog, but it's a dot. Yeah, they're not reading Satner at all. The thing about Satner is I've always said that Satner doesn't seem to do anything special, but then look at his figures, 2 for 10 or 3.2. But then we make any spinner look like they're prime Murali or Shane Warne. Brooks comes down the wicket to that one though and clears back over Satner's head for a 6. He moves to 42 off 42. Karen at the beginning, Devon Conway played a really good innings at the top. Just got set about his business really quickly. I can't really... Lockie Ferguson has bowled brilliantly with the ball. Our players are absolutely out there, depth against him. But I'm not really rating... That's a wide ball from Satner. I'm not really rating the Kiwi bowling per se, because we'll make any bowler look good. Right, Brooks goes after Satner again, and that time it's gone. That's no bad thing. He had to start playing big shots. It had reached the point where one of Powell or Rovman, etc., Oldine has to come in. So just as well, Brooks got himself out. Didn't connect with that at all, and Satner's picked up a 3-for. So, and again, Satner's delivery, which has got that wicket, is a nothing delivery. It's an absolute nothing delivery. Brooks has given it away. But in the context of what everyone else did, 42 or 43, people cuss him and say it's match losing, but at least he stuck around for a bit. West Indies are 79 for 5. And they've brought in Rovman, which is the right call. Hey, people, I'm coming back to you. I'm just typing something here. Sorry, I haven't forgotten you. Right, there you go. Right, back in the stream. Sorry. So Rovman is in. No, the World Cup squad can be announced during CPL, which is why Desmond Haynes and Phil were saying that CPL will still play a factor in who gets selected. So that's the end of Satner's over. Is that the end of his... Yeah, that's the end of his work. 4 overs, 3 for 19. The man has taken 3 wickets without even doing anything. Boy, West Indies love make everybody look amazing. 81 for 5 after 12 overs. Karen, our middle overs batting isn't one of our biggest concerns. Everything's a concern. Everything, really and truly. Yep, King has a shoulder injury. It's a bit of a niggle, which is why I didn't play. in the final T20 versus India and in this obviously opening T20. Yes, Walter, big up the politics and history teachers. Yes, yes. Jeremy, I'm going to do a video on it. I haven't decided yet, if I'm honest, because a lot of what makes the West Indies team for the World Cup depends on the players who are currently not in the team. So when Desmond Haynes said in the press conference that CPL is still going to be a factor in the final squad, that means there's 7 players you already have to start thinking about: Shafane Rutherford, Andre Russell, Sunil Narine, Evan Lewis, Fabian Allen, Sheldon Cottrell, Ruston Chase. Now, some of those have said they're unavailable. Some we don't know what the story is. Some personal issues, some injuries, etc. But if any of those 7 players were to have a good CPL and then declared that they were available for the World Cup, I think they've probably got to go. Look at the state of our T20 side. Do you think we can realistically turn round to Sunil Narine? If Sunil randomly turned round in the middle of CPL and said, you know what? I'm available. I want to play for West Indies at the World Cup. We're in no position. We are in no position to turn it down. Forget who was playing in these games leading up to the World Cup and forget which player might miss out just because Sunil suddenly decided he was available. Sunil is good. They are not. Faraz, correct. This is a massive issue. I don't think we've got a death bowler in the Chemo. Paul is supposed to be it, but it don't look like he's ready to play that role yet either. So we basically don't have one. It's just basically Obed McCoy and no one else. Anyways, Holder inside out shot again. He played one about 2 overs or 3 overs ago. Does it again for 4. Good shot. West Indies do to 90 for 5. We're going to need a lot more of those before we have any inkling of any kind of chance in this game. I don't even know what the run rate is, but suffice to say, West Indies need about 100 runs in 7 overs or 8 overs. Sorry, in 7 overs. Yeah, Orin, I agree. So you see when they moved Holder up the top and everyone cussed and said, what's Holder doing coming in at number 3? Holder is one of the few, I agree with you, Orin, he's one of the few players in this squad that has the ability to play spin properly, that he's got the long levers, etc. So I understood the rationale for it, even though people are cussing. Javed says, block Kurt. Should I block him? I can block him, you know. Anyone who's in this who hasn't pressed like, by the way, please do so. That would help massively. Anyways, who's this? Is it Saudi? Yeah, Saudi back into the attack, and Rovman takes him on and clears the boundary. That's gone for 6. West Indies 96 for 5. Yes, Saudi went for a few licks in his second over that he bowled. So was it? He went for 19, I think he did, in the second over that he bowled. So I guess it kind of makes some sense to go after him again. Let me see what win percentage WinViz says. WinViz says West Indies have a 3.43% chance of victory. We're still in this, people. You got to believe we got 3.43% of pulling this off. You got to believe, people. Let's keep rallying. It's another single quick run from Holder, and they've gone. Nearly got run out there if they'd gone for it. People, press like if you haven't already done so. On the live, press follow, press something. Yeah, so press like, press subscribe, etc., if you're in this live. I was just trying to look to see if anyone had actually pressed like on this video, but I don't want to have the echo when I do that. How do I? Let's just see here if I can. No, I cannot. Let's go. Maybe if I go here. If I go here. So, people, I'm coming to your comments in a sec. Limited on. Rovman, unlucky there, nearly cuts it through. So after that first ball, 6, they've only been able to take Saudi for 2 more singles, so 8 off the over. The required run rate is 14.27. Something tells me that West Indies are not going to be winning this match today. And they run a quick single. Rovman will have the strike. 9 off the over. They're going to need way more than that. West Indies are 99 for 5. There's 6 overs remaining. I mean, what would be acceptable for West Indies to get to from here? Obviously, we're going to lose. Let's say if they got to 160 from here, I'd take that as a not competitive defeat, but I'd take it as at least we didn't just wilt and die defeat. WinViz currently says that West Indies have a 2.07% chance of winning. Yo says 87 from 6 is gettable. 87 from 6 overs. Well, boy, I'm not quite as optimistic as you are. Now, Rovman goes straight after Saudi. Has he got enough on that? He has. He's cleared that to Blue Mountains in Kingston or in Jamaica. And Saudi gets hit out the ground. Maybe Yo's 87 or 6 isn't as... Well, no, it is. Maybe it's not as crazy as it sounds. Anyways, Rovman moves to 17 out of 10. Rovman said, you know what? I'm back a yard. I can't just be playing no waste innings today. This is Jamaica I'm in. Yeah, where is my Jamaican flag? Listen, I can't. I soon fetch for the Jamaica flag if Rovman keeps going like this. You know, I can see it just behind me. I might have to soon fetch for it. Anyways, West Indies have brought up the 100. We have won the moral victory. Let's see after that 6 if WinViz says we've got a better chance. Yep, we're up to 3.16%, says WinViz. 3.16% chance of winning this. Rally round the 3.16%, people. This game ain't over. I'm scared, Jeremy. If I get the flag out, Rovman's going to get out. So let me just wait to see what Rovman does next. He goes after that, cuts it through the covers for 1. Probably wanted 2 there. Rovman moves to 18 out. If Rovman gets another 6, I'm getting the flag out. West Indies move to 106 for 5. They need 80 runs to win from 80 runs to win from 34 balls. Do you know what, people? We're going to lose, but Yo's actually right. You can win from here. 80 of 34. It's basically impossible, but it can be done. Holder goes after Soldi this time and dropped. Machel tried to take the sliding catch, and as he slides along the ground, it pops back out. It's a single. 8 off the over so far. Yeah, Yo, you've got a point, you know. Holder might need to just get out at this point and let Oldine come in. Because at this point, Oldine and Romario being in is better than Holder being in. But let's see what Rovman can do now. Rovman, that's out. Surely that's out. He's miscued that. Yeah, Rovman's gone. It's a great catch from Nisham. Great catch from Nisham running back. You see, the Kiwis are just ruthless. They're just ruthless, man. You like, as soon as Rovman hit that, because it's the Kiwis, you're like, yeah, that's out. There's no way they're going to drop that one. So Rovman tried to go for the big shot. You can't blame Rovman. That's the match situation. There's no point in him tapping 1s and 2s at this stage. He's got to go. He's got to go for the big shot. So Rovman is out, and West Indies are 107 for 6. Rovman makes 18 of 12 balls. I don't think you can blame Rovman there. He had to do what he had to do at that point. It should be Oldine Smith probably who comes in next. No, it's Romario Shepherd. Interesting. I don't hate on that. Romario owes us for those earlier drops. So 2 more balls left of Soldi's over. It Soldi's over was the one to target. In fairness, let's see if Romario can make up for his drop earlier. Not that that drop even means anything now. Yes, Holder gave up 23 off the final over, but we still wouldn't have got anywhere close, even if it bowled like a maiden at the end. WinViz says we've got 1.26% chance of winning. Should have run 2 there. Had to run hard. So what's that? 1 more ball of the over. 108 for 6. And that's a dot. 5 more overs to go, and then maybe I can go bed. God. So 108 for 6, 5 overs to go. West Indies need 78 runs. It was 78, 77. West Indies need 77 runs from the final 5 overs. If this was the GOAT generation, I'd say you never know. But this lot, let's just... Jeremy, obviously I haven't got it on audio. Is that what Bish said? Yeah. Ah, boy. Our T20 team is a mess. Faraz, it's 19 minutes past 12 here. I'm mad tired, but I have to stay up for the culture. Anyways, full toss from Bolt, and Holder manages to get that through the covers for a 4. 73 needed off the last 4.5 overs. Thank God I'm not. Do you know why? The other reason why I'm staying awake is because I know I'm not doing the live on Friday. So I might as well see this one through. I might as well see this one through to the bitter end. I just want us to get up to like 160, 150 to at least make it look like we tried to see it through to the end. Anyway, single for Holder, 113 for 6. Who is this Kurt guy? Chatting bare foolishness up in the live, you know. Anyways, Romario pumps that down the ground, but it's only 1 run. 114 for 6. Winviz has us at 1.33% chance of victory. Now, Faraz, I disagree. You know, I don't think they got complacent from New Zealand. I think they've just seen the levels. And this, if you look at our players, that's going to be out. That's going to be, yeah, out. Romario. Is that Holder or Romario? Who just hit that? Holder's gone for 25. Yeah, I don't think we got complacent, Faraz. I just think we've just seen the levels. So we've just been reminded that there are teams significantly above us in this format of cricket. Yeah, Holder just didn't time that well. He's absolutely soaked. That Jamaica sun must be finishing him. 114 for 7. In comes Odean Smith. At least we know now for the next little piece of the match. It's at least should be some fun. Odean Smith's not going to waste time. At least he's going to try and just hit some sixes, you know? What's Winviz saying? 0.52%. People, bear with me. I'm just going to go to my bed and just lay out the covers. So as soon as this live is done, I can just quickly jump into bed. Give me 1 sec. Hell. Oh boy, back to this damn cricket. So Odean and Romario at the crease. Bowls a wide one, and Romario can get to nothing on that. It's the end of the 16th over. West Indies 114 for 7. Soon bedtime, people. God is good. 4 overs left. Please let this end. Right. This is the over. Oh, God, it's Lockie Ferguson. All of those who have hope like yo that we can still win this, this is the over. Jeremy, Santoki went bed a long time. He ain't wasting his time on this foolishness. Time to bring out the maroon do-rag. We rally even at bedtime, you know. Right, Odean goes after Lockie, and that's a 4. See, when I bring out the maroon do-rag, you know times are serious. Right. So, anyways, 4 from Odin. Whilst Romario has been wasting time, Odin just says, you know what? First ball, I'm hitting a 4. That's a wide ball. Ferguson, no, he gets away with that one. Dot. I might, Jeremy. Haven't made any decisions on that. Wimviz says we've got a 0.27% chance of winning. And that's another 4 from Odin. You know them ones where you go for the big shot and it sneaks past the keeper, under edge it past the keeper. Yeah, Sumit, the most of the older students, so like the 18-year-olds, 17-year-olds, they all know that I've got a podcast. So yeah. But they like it, in fairness. Some of them watch it from time to time. So, you know, I don't know if they watch the cussouts though. Anyways, next one, Odin tries the wild shot again, no run, but that's fine. He's taken 8 off 4 balls. Nobody else could even put a bat on anything that Lockie Ferguson was doing. So we have to accept this. We're up to 1-2-2 for 7 people. We might win the moral victory. Let's see if those 4s have changed our win viz percentage. Nope, we've gone down 0.21%. We're still in it though, people. All the while we're above 0%. We've got to rally. And again, Odin latches onto that one. They might have to run a hard 2. Will they run 2? No, they've run 1. It's a good over in the context of everything else Lockie Ferguson has done, but it's only 9. Boy, I just remembered we have to play this team in ODIs as well. You know, we might hold 6 straight defeats against New Zealand. It's long. Now Romario has faced 4 balls for 1. Odin has faced 5 for 9. Will Romario get back on ball? He shovels that one into the outfield for 1. That's the end of the 16th, even. 10 off the over. West Indies are 124 for 7. I wonder what Romario's playing at. Just we're not here for no singles right now. Just 6 or out, or 4 or out. Oh, Sheldon Cottrell's car is there again, you know. Is that him next to the car? I know that blue Range Rover. That's Sheldon's Range Rover. Is that Sheldon? It is Sheldon, you know, with his Brock foot. Yeah. Sheldon said, not today am I getting another dent in my car. He saw Odin Smith come out and he said, you know what? Let me just go next to the blue Range, lest Odin try to do any kind of foolishness today. Right, Romario finally gets into business. Bolt comes in. Romario clears it back over his head. 6. 130 for 7. Sheldon, sorry, Jeremy Sheldon's injured. He's I don't know if it's like a metatarsal type thing, but he's got a protective boot on his foot at the moment. Next ball, and again, same as Odin in the previous over. He chases the wide one, thick edge through first or second slip region. That's another 4, 10 runs. West Indies have left it late to try and win the moral victory. That 10 runs, people, our win percentage has gone from 0.27 to 0.31. We're not out of it yet. 134 for 7. What can Romario do with the next ball? Goes after that one again. Thick outside edge. Oh, brilliant fielding on the boundary. They'll have to come back for 2, but that's still good. 12 off the over so far. Yeah, all of a sudden now, Faraz, that 23 runs in the final over is now looking like it has made a bit of a difference. But that was Romario's drop. So, anyways. Oh, it's well bowled. Clever, slower ball bouncer. He should have got away with that. Yeah, dot ball. There's nothing wrong with that. Romario was looking at square leg umpire as if he was going to say it was one for the old, like it was a bounce, it was a no ball or something. But that was just clever bowling. Whose feet is that? Anyways, Romario goes after Bolt again. That's out the ground as well. That's a 6. Romario took a while to get going, but he's got the 6. We move to 1-4-2 for 7. Just imagine if Holder hadn't bowled that waste over at the end. We might actually be looking at some kind of tense finish. What's Winviz saying? Winviz says, wait, what? 0. We've gone up a point. We've gone up a 0.001%, people. 0.32%, says Winviz. And that's all. They'll just have to run one. So 143 for 7. West Indies need 40. That's a leg by, sorry. They need 43 from 12 balls. They've left it too late. But if that 23 run over hadn't happened, West Indies would currently be looking at 20 off the last 2 overs. So actually it's worked out how I said it's worked out. That last over, so we can't really say 20 because Holder would have gone for something. So let's say 10. It would have been 30 off the last 2 balls. So there's no real way of looking at it. That last over has affected the match. So it's Lockie Ferguson to bowl to Odean Smith, start of the 19th over. And also Romario Shepherd, so I thought it was Odean on strike. Again, great boundary riding that they can only get 1 run. It's a great shot from Odean, 4 runs. Sliced, not even sliced it, just, well, it's a backward cut of sorts for 4 runs. Do you know what though, people? Like, I know it's all a bit too late, and like it feels like we're trying to put a gloss on something that's not there, but at least we tried to stay in the game, people. Like after that, and Odean muscles that one out the ground for 6. Like I'm not trying to say, oh, let's try and find some kind of greatness out of this game where it's not there, but at least they hung around in the game and tried to take it down to the end. Yes, we're going to fall short, but I do think some credit has to be applied that we're going to get over 160, right? And at one point, it looked like we wouldn't even get over 100. So you know what? I think we should applaud them for this back end effort. Winviz says we've got a 0.19% chance of winning. Gone to look for the ball. Odean muscled that. Oh, they found it now. I think it's Guptill who'd gone looking for it. So Lockie Ferguson's over has gone for 11 runs. It's all a bit too little, too late. But like I say, I respect this valiant bit at the end. Javon, I think that's harsh. I don't think you can say Brooks lost us the game. Yes, okay, in the context, 42 or 43 looks like match losing, but that doesn't paint the context of what the situation was when he was batting. Remember, we were what were we? Like 50 something for 4. So what was he supposed to do? Just start hitting sixes and give it away as well. Now Oldeen's gone. That's gone. Has he got a 4? They'll have to double check that. They'll have to double check that. Oldeen's gone for like I don't know what he was going for. It didn't go where he intended it to go. It's gone down to backward point. Yeah, that's good fielding from Soli. So take 2 for that. Yeah, I think people. I'm not. I think this is harsh here to be blaming Brooks and Holder. I don't agree with that. What did you want them to do? Just give it away as well. Anyways, final ball of Ferguson's over. Olding just drills that back. He just drills it down the ground. No backlift. And West Indies will go into the final over needing 26 from 6 balls. It's too little, too late, but you have to applaud this. Oh, sorry, I missed the first ball of the over. 1. This partnership is 47 runs of 21 balls. They now need 25 off 5. So we're not going to win. But like I say, people, can we applaud? We have to applaud them, though, people. For those of you who stayed up late to see this, I think we have to applaud. We have to applaud this and say, you know what? Because remember, for those who've been with me on the live from the beginning, I said at the start that 160 to 170 was about par. We let New Zealand get 185. It was never a 185. That 23 run last over has given New Zealand 185. We should never have been chasing 185. So, we have to respect them for West Indies getting up to 160 is about what we should have been chasing, maybe 170 at best. So I have to respect this effort. Anyways, Salvi back in. Olding can't quite connect with that one. He can only get a single as well. And that should be the game from here. So West Indies need 24 off the last 4 balls. So unless something truly improbable happens, in which case, all of you who are with me for the live, we're either about to witness something mad and see 6 4s back to back, which would seal the win for West Indies, or this game is done. Let's lock in and see. Well, that's the first one. I mean, that's the first 6. So I'll say the line again. We're either about to see something completely mad, people, and see Romario Shepherd hit 3 6s back to back to seal one of the most improbable wins I think I've seen in West Indies history. Or more than likely, we're going to applaud a close effort. Saudi comes into bowl to Romario again. He goes for it. Tries to get underneath it. It's not enough. And who is that? Whoever that is down at the boundary, Guptill, I think it is, doesn't go for the catch. Make sure that he just stops the boundary. Oh, no, it's Lockie Ferguson. So that's the game. That's the game. People, though, West Indies have got up to 170. Anyone who is watching with me, you will back me up when I say that I said 170 was about par. That's what we should have been chasing. I don't know if it's simplistic enough to say Holders over is the issue, but at the end of Holder's over, I said, I think that probably loses us the match. And it turns out that over has probably lost us the match. Anyways, Romario goes again. That's out the ground. Has he got enough? No, it might not be actually. Yes, he has. Oh my God, that's amazing fielding. Again, this Kiwi team are no joke in the field. They are no joke. They'll have to check that. Was Neesham on the boundary rope? If he wasn't, that's magnificent fielding. We've seen a Hetmeyer catch. We've seen a Hayden Walsh catch. Yeah, that's just brilliant. That's just magnificent. That's magnificent. You just sometimes you just have to applaud. You just have to applaud things sometimes and say, you know what? Respect the levels. Have to respect it. Last ball, some of you have already seen it, so I'll just take you through it. Salvi again, and Oldine plays that down into the deep. It's cut off. West Indies lose by 13 runs. They lose by 13 runs. People, West Indies end on 172 for 7. People, come on. Let's applaud. Let's applaud that one. I know it's kind of basic to be like, oh, this is where our game is at, that we have to applaud losing by 13 runs. But based on where we were at, I think we have to applaud Oldine and Romario's effort at the end. I think in the context. So Jason Holder's last over went for 23. If that had gone for 13, I mean, we still would have lost. But it just gives you a bit of context. If it'd gone for 13, we would have been chasing 176 instead of 186, which would have probably been a bit more realistic. But, you know, it is what it is. I think the team should look at this game today and say, you know what? If this game doesn't give them some hope that they can at least compete, if they get different phases of the game together, then I don't know what will. And this is New Zealand's full strength side. So let's hope they can get some self-belief of that going into game 2 on Friday. I still think they are. Sanjay, low order saves us from a mammoth defeat. I still think that there is an issue with our bowling. I don't think we've got enough strike bowlers. I think our death bowling is sketchy, and it always means that we're in these situations where there's just too much runs to get. But anyways, people, thank you for joining us on the live. It says 5 hours of this live. Don't worry, anyone who's like, what's been going on? I wasn't talking for 5 hours straight. Remember, there was a rain break in between, and then we came back after that. So people, big up for sticking around for the live. Before you go, if you haven't already done so, press like, press subscribe, all of that jazz. There will not be a watch along for Friday's game, the second one, but there should be a watch along for the There should be a watch along for the third game on Sunday. So I'll let people know there should be a watch along for Sunday's game, but I'll let people know, look out on the usual channels, etc., etc. But thank you all for being in on the live watch along as usual. We rally as always, and for those who will be there on Sunday, who won't be at church, or those who won't be out with family, etc., see you on the watch along. Then rest up, take care of yourselves, stay safe, and see you soon, people. I guess that's thank you and good night from me. We rule the cricket world. Now the rules seem coming. Welcome to the Caribbean Cricket Podcast, your one-stop shop for all things West Indies cricket. By the fans, for the fans.